Hello everyone, welcome to What If DXD vs React to Issei from a Different Timeline Part 14. Before we start, please go support Unison Skeeth 666 for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. EP 57, PTSD, Burial and Preparation. Scene change: Skeeth House Simulation Room. Scene showing many of the younger generations was having a battle royale spar with each other while the older generations were currently enjoying the show before having a serious conversation with each other. Sirzech, so it's about time, Odin Dano. Odin, indeed, from what I remembered from this point of time frame, it's about the time when Loki would ambush us. Barakiel, call me weird saying this, but I'm kinda curious on how it would turn out. Making many ponder about it. Azazel, from what other Ophis just said in last viewing and what Skeeth said previously, generally we know that both other Issei and Vali were about as strong as her while also close towards Trihexa in their base state without relying on boosted gear and divine dividing, but… Ajuka, are you implying was that truly the case, Azazel? Azazel, indeed, we don't know if they both suppressed their own power or not. Shiva, I get what you mean. Considering that they both together with Drake and Albion have gone to different worlds previously, the strengths of the four of them must have increased tremendously. Shemhazai, especially with the four of them temporarily becoming students of both Son Goku and Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z, with others nodding in agreement with his words. Azazel, don't forget that it is quite possible that they are also learning many other things too from the rest of Z fighters if the Mafuba technique other Vali has shown too was any indication, if you all get my gist. With others can help realize that Azazel is right, making them think more about it. Great Red, don't forget me too, it might be just my feelings, but I feel that my other self strength must also increase tremendously after also being in contact with the four of them. Michael, guess we can safely say that by meeting with the teacher of both Issei Dano and Vali Dano, it brings a ripple of changes to five of them, but in a good way. Seraphal, we have been watching all these viewings so far. I'm curious when we will see other Aichan teacher. Kokabil, well, I bet that it might be quite a while before we can see the supposed teacher of theirs. Grayfia, indeed, and it seems like everyone has already finished sparring with each other. With everyone turned towards where the rest of the younger generations who already came out from the simulation room while some are wearing a grin on their faces. Venilana, Era bet all of them would be hungry after sparring for so long. Should we get ready to prepare food for them, Grayfia-chan? Grayfia smiles. It would be my pleasure, Venilana-sama. Mickey, don't forget us too, Venilana-chan. Lady Phoenix, as she said, together with Misla, Lady Citri and Lady Agars also nod with a smile on their faces. Following Venilana and Grayfia lead, them together with the rest of housewives in the room leave the room heading towards the kitchen to prepare the supper for the younger ones, knowing that they must be hungry after strenuous exercise. While the rest in the room shook their head amused, seeing that while they also can't help but feel anticipated to taste the foods too. Scene showing together with the younger generations who already freshened themselves up, everyone currently was enjoying the food, chatting with each other before noticing Skeeth and Corbenik and give them their greetings before the three joined them enjoying the food. Issei, what are you doing just now, Skeeth-san? Corbenik-san, you said back then that the simulation battle challenge was temporarily unavailable. Skeeth, we currently are adding more opponents while adjusting the system. While we're at it, we are also readjusting the simulation challenge arena all over our realm too. Corbenik, and also adding more safety measures for anyone that tries to use the system. We don't want any unforeseen accidents for anyone who tried to challenge an A or EX rank opponents, while also adjusting some opponents on EX rank to new EX plus rank, EX plus plus rank and EX plus 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 rank after we deem the opponents are completely powerful or overkill for people to challenge. Making most of DX cast intrigued about it before planning to check the changes on the list after today's viewing. Skeeth, and while we're at it, we add some features that will scan the challengers after they pick an opponent, where the features would give some comments before asking the challengers if they wanted to proceed with the challenge or not. Chuckle, word of warning, the feature would give quite a blunt remarks after scanning the challengers if the challengers pick an opponent that would completely be overkill for them to attempt it, so don't take it to heart. Corbenik, I don't know how the hell you managed to convince me and Skeeth to add the feature. Skeeth. When you think about it, it was quite funny though imagining the challenger reaction after that. Corbenik. When you mentioned that, that was kinda funny though. While the rest of DX cast sweat drops knowing Skeeth? And Corbenik weird humor. Vali. Now I'm more interested in checking it out. Issei. Same with me. Great Red. Haha. Bet it would be quite an interesting comment to hear after we chose an A rank level or above opponent. Sirzech. Pardon me for asking this, Skeeth-san, but if Tsukasa-san was somehow available as an opponent in the simulation challenge arena, what rank would he be at? Skeeth. EX+++ rank for sure. He was that powerful in my opinion. Making many of DX cast recoil in surprise hearing that, but realized it was quite possible knowing how strong Tsukasa is. Odin. Damn, that's strong, huh? With everyone continue eating before heading towards the viewing room and taking their own seat. Skeeth. Oh, before I forget to mention, before the confrontation with Loki, it will show some lighthearted stuff that would happen in the meantime before the confrontation. Most of DX cast can't help sweat drops after hearing the way Skeeth phrasing the other lighthearted words. Screen open. Several days later after Morgan and Merlin visit. Scene change Hayate household nighttime. Scene showing inside the Hayate household, which was bare of most of its inhabitants except for Issei, who was reading the newspaper in the living room, Vali, who was in front of the refrigerator rummaging through it looking for some food, Drake, who was bobbing his head hearing some music on his headphones on the hallway, and Albion, who was on his desk editing some videos on his PC. While curiously enough, the whole house had most of the lights turned off while the four of them were using lanterns as a source of light where they are currently at. Azazel. Calm before the storm, huh? They sure are being relaxed, huh? But why the hell they used a freaking lantern instead using lights? While most of DX cast also nod dumbly in agreement with Azazel, while also being caught off guard with what they just see. Skeeth shrugs. Well, the four of them wanted to try a different change of atmosphere. Would you guys agree that staying in the same pace would become stale after a while? While most of DX cast, when think about it, they can't help but agree with the reason. Indra. Good reasoning. As you said, Skeeth-san, everyone would be boring seeing the same thing after a while. It's better to make it unique once in a while. Mike. Hee. Now I can't help but remember the times when we are younger, right, Gorakuen? Goru, you were right, dear. Back then we used lanterns or candlelights as a source of light when we were younger. Time surely flies fast. While most of the older generations can't help but remember the time when they are younger. Sirzech. Well, everyone should take all the moments of peace as they could. Who knows what will happen in the future, wasn't it? Michael. Sirzech Dano is right. Rainier. Where are other Skeeth-san? Skeeth. Oh, you together with the rest of your team currently are back at Grigori taking all your stuff while also meeting with the rest of your friends there and reassuring them that you four are alright. While also being held back with most female fallen angels that were fans of both other Issei and Vali after watching their concert asking them about both other Issei and Vali. Corbenik. While Asia, Ravel and Ophis were going out towards the supermarket after Ophis, being curious she is, wanted to feel the feeling on how it was buying groceries while Kokabeel was escorting them as bodyguard. Ophis. I also wanted to do the same too. Lilith. Same with me. Asia. Oh, we could, Ophis-chan. Ravel. Me too, we should hang around after this. While their companions and loved ones give a smile watching their interactions with each other. Tobio. Whistle. Now that's way overkill level of power of bodyguard to have. Cookie. Yep, they got bodyguard who almost as powerful as Sirzech Lucifer in power. I pity those who tried to mess with them. Issei. Sweat drops. Yeah, only idiots would try to mess with them. Scene showing that outside of the house, there was a brilliant, idiot who has a death wish, robber who was trying his luck trying to rob the whole place, while the four who were inside the house let out a snort, while rolling their eyes knowing there was an idiot outside. While most of DX cast facepalm upon seeing the robber's stupidity on his choices of place to rob. Kokabeel. That robber must be incredibly brave, or incredibly stupid having chosen the wrong place to rob. Barakeel. How about both then? Kokabeel. Good point. Chow. As arrogant as I am, Not even I'm that brazen enough to rob the place if I know who lived there. Heracles, yeah, dude just dug his own grave for sure. Sirzech WL, in the robber defense, he might not know who lived in that house. Azazel, meh, any sane robber would research who lived in the place they planned to rob, only an idiot doesn't do that. While most of DXD cast also nodded in agreement with Azazel's comment. Stupid robber, muttered to himself, he, heard that those who lived here were wealthy enough, I struck gold tonight baby. With Issei, Drake, Vala and Albion unconsciously let out savage grin while their eyes turned into slits after watching the audacity of the robber trying to rob their other self. Fafnir, and he just sealed his fate. Crom Crutch rolled his eyes annoyed. Trying to rob against a dragon was the highest offense to us dragons. Tannen, yup, and there were 4 dragons in the house. Fenrir, woof, woof, bark, special translation. In other words, the dumbass was absolutely bucked. While most of DXD cast sweat drops when hearing the comments, but also agree that they were right. Scene showing the robber already gets inside the house and walking sneakily around before arriving at the dimly lit living room and seeing Issei who was on the couch, Albion who was busy editing videos on his PC and was seemingly unaware of the robber, making the robber rubbing his hand feeling giddy to himself. Odin, was it wrong for me to feel sorry for the poor sap about what is going to happen next? Shiva, well, I wasn't, even I can't help but feel sorry for the guy. Brahma, same with me. While still giddily rubbing his own hands, he accidentally knocked over one of the lanterns, making it fall to the ground, making loud, clanging sounds, making the room turn dark from the lack of light, with the robber start panicking, thinking he is exposed, while unaware that Issei, together with Vali, Drake and Albion, that after they heard the clanging sound, they twitched a bit before they start getting into a trance themselves. Most of DXD cast, oh, that looks familiar for some reason. With the robber, after looking up, he sees something that would shake his core. Scene showing the sky on top of Hayata household before being followed by the robber blood-curdling scream. Stupid robber. ARRRGGGGH. Next scene showing Rainier and her group together with Kokabeel, Asia, Ravel and Ophis, who just got back, noticed a commotion outside the house where there's a police officer who was escorting the terrified robber in the handcuffs, who rushed inside the police car while the other police officer was taking a statement with Issei and others about what just happened. Police officer, thank you Issei-san, Vala-san, Zrag-san, Zalbian-san, this robber has been evading us for so long. On behalf of Police Department, we express our thanks for helping us apprehend this criminal. Issei, oh no problem, we noticed that this guy was trying to get inside our house. It was pure luck by chance for us to catch him. Vali, pure luck my ass, dude was only one person, he got 0 chance at all. Drake, indeed, a good hit on the head and the guy dropped like a sack of potatoes. Police officer, but if I may ask, what happened for him, using his thumb pointing at the robber who was shaking on the back seat of the police car, to act that way? Albion shrugs, no, he already likes that when we catch him. While Issei, Vali, Drake also like Albion, pondering the same thing. Zeoticus, now $1 million question, what happened? And as if answering his questions, the screen lit up before showing what actually happened. Flashback start. Scene showing the POV of what the robber just saw, where Issei, while on top of the couch, already entered Nargacuga's stance, with the screen split into 4 showing the other 3 in the house that are also in the same state, where Vala was on top of the refrigerator. Drake, who's still wearing his headphones, was actually at the hallway staring at the robber, and Albion was on top of the desk already toppled over his PC, making it fall to the ground with the screen flickering. While there was an intense music hanging around in the air where only the robber can hear, making the situation worse for him. And before the robber can react, the 4 of them at high speed already leaped towards him, while their eyes, which somehow turned bloodshot red, glowing in the dark, with the stupid robber can do nothing but scream terrified on top of his lungs. Stupid robber. ARRRGGGGH. While there was a quest notification appearing on the screen before followed with quest failed notification. Quest. The curious case of strange Nargacugas on Hayata household. Mission description: survive against 4 strange Nargacugas residing in the house within the time limit. Time limit 10 minute. Location, Hayata household. Reward money, 10000000000Z. Client, a guy whose name start with S. Hey, I heard that there's 4 strange Nargacugas in Hayata household. I just need some per sap to just check it out then report it to me. It's easy, just survive for 10 minutes only, don't worry. I'll pay handsomely for those that succeed. Quest failed. Flashback ends. Let it just be said, except the certain 4 who were blushing red embarrassed from what their other self just did, many others already laughing their ass off from seeing the unexpected scene, while some already fallen to the ground and rolling on the floor clutching their stomach laughing. Azazel, gwahahahahahaha. Holy shit. Those 4 literally scare the life out of the robber. Laughing while pointing at the screen. Sirzech, the monster music also didn't help too, wahahaha. Clutching his stomach laughing. Chow chow, heck. Even I didn't expect the viewing literally show a bucking quest description for the robber. Gahahahahaha. Continuously slapping his armrest while laughing. George, but damn. There's lots of zeros for the reward, but no way I'm gonna attempt it, hahaha. Great Red, I know that it will show those 4 PTSD at some point, but even I didn't expect it to be this way. Gahahahaha. Biko, holy shit. Their PTSD moments is bucking godsend, dahahahaha. While Odin started wheezing before passed out from seizures by laughing too hard with Thor, Baldur and Vidar, despite they are still laughing, they were pumping Odin's chest trying to bring him back to the realm of consciousness. Shiva, grin while chuckling, guessed the robber quest literally failed. Indra, don't remind me of that. The quest failed music also didn't help too, ha. Cue another bout of laughter after the rest of DX cast remembered the quest failed notification on the screen together with its music, while Issei, Vali, Drake and Albion sank deeper in their seat, blushing harder and wishing to disappear from the embarrassment. While Skeeth and Corbenik grinned, seeing the rest of DX cast was entertained with what they just watched. After a while, everyone has calmed down before continuing watching the viewing while chuckling all the time. Drake, well, if you don't remember it, it probably wasn't important. Albion, yep, probably is. With the screen under several instances showed that on the following days, under Valley, Serorg, Razor, Drake and Albion machinations, they make Issei go hanging out, read, go on a date, with Rainier, Calawarner, Middlet, Asia, Ravel and Coriana respectively. With the mentioned ladies blushing red seeing that their other self gone on a date with other Issei, while Issei also blushes seeing what happened on the screen. While most of the guys, especially the ones on the Shipper Alliance, let out shit-eating grin before clapping proudly with other Issei feats on the screen. With both Calawarner and Middlet still blushing seeing what they just see, they both can't help but glance at Issei before they accidentally daydreams that they also go on a date with him too, making them blushing harder before they both plan to know him better. Coriana shyly glance at Issei while muttering to herself, well, I don't mind going on a date with him too. While unknown to her, the rest of her peerage members let out a grin, especially Keisha planning to help Coriana. Rainier hugs one of Issei's arms while fluttering her eyelids seductively at him. Well, I guess it's time for us to go on a date too, right, Issei-kun? Asia hug Issei another arms, I also want to go on another date with you too, Issei-san. Ravel hugging him from his back, me too, Issei-sama. While Issei is trying his best to keep his cool after feeling Ravel, Rainier and Asia's bountiful mounds on both of his arms and back before replying back to their questions, saying that he agreed with their request, making the 3 of them smile brightly. While Rias together with the rest of former harem members can't help but smile bitterly, remembering their stupid decisions back then after seeing Issei's happy expression before shaking their head to clear negative thoughts and wishing for him to stay happy. Also, the screen shows on several instances, Issei have a spar with Asia, Ravel, Rainier and her team, training them, making them become more stronger than before, while on some occasions, either Issei or Valley, they each have several sparring matches with both Razor and Serorg or against Kokabeel. Many of DXD casts are impressed with the growth of strength, especially with other Ravel together with other Rainier and her group, where each single one of them are close to reach 4 pairs of wings. While other Asia has become more proficient with Rokushiki, while other Razor and other Serorg have become strong enough compared to before, and for Kokabil, one can safely say that he have become closer in strength with Sirzech. Donasik, whistle impressed, damn, never thought I would see another version of me would become this strong. I got lots of catching up for sure. With Rainier, Calawarner and Middle nodding in agreement before vowing to do the same. Razor, ho, Razor have to step up Razor training for sure. Ravel, care for a spar later, brother? With Razor let out a grin before bumping his fist with Ravel. Ravel, I also want to join too. With both Razor and Ravel chuckle before ruffling Ravel hair, making her pout embarrassed, while both Lord and Lady Phoenix smile seeing their children antics, while Razor peerage members also smiling seeing Razor being happy. Serorg, bump his fist in excitement before looking at his peerage members. I'm feeling pumped up now. Everyone wants to join in another battle royale, everyone. With his peerage members nod with a grin on their own. Kokabil, Sirzech, I'm thinking about this. Care to spar with me after this? Don't try to hide it. I know you are itching to have a fight. I know I would lose, but you sure you're not interested? Sirzech, ho, you caught me, Kokabil-san. I'll accept your offer. With both Kokabil and Sirzech give a challenging smirk to each other, while their companions can't help but shake their head amused seeing that. Several days later. Scene change, ORC clubroom. Scene showing Issei under Azazel invitation together with Vala, who just came to visit, was chatting with Azazel, Irina and the rest of Gremry and Citri peerage, where Irina and both peerages wanted to ask Issei about his guidance on where to improve. Azazel, who, interesting, seems like the situation is reversed, huh? Rias, yeah, back then we're the ones that help guide Issei. Aquino, it sure was an interesting development. Zenobia, I really hope that my other self has stopped our past self behavior. Irina, patting Zenovia's shoulder, well, from what we have seen, she seems like she has stopped it. Sona, I'm glad that my other self doesn't make the same mistake as me for being too prideful for not asking for help back then. Tsubaki, another small change, huh? Seraphal, with a grin while wiggling her eyebrows, or other you and others has another motive, asking other Aichan to help guide all of you. True to her words, everyone can see what she was talking about after looking at the screen where. While Issei was talking with Azazel about training plans for others, while Issei himself was unaware of Rias, Aquino, Zenobia, Irina, Kaneko, Sona and Tsubasa longing glanced towards him while they were blushing themselves. With the mentioned girls can't help but blush seeing their other self schoolgirl and love attitude towards other Issei. Lady Agar's young love. Lady Citri, indeed, this reminds me of our youth, wasn't it, dear? With the married ladies gives a loving look towards their husband, with them returning the same look at their own wife. While at the same time Rias, Aquino, Zenobia, Irina and Kaneko give a pained smile, being reminded with their foolish decisions back then before glancing at Issei, who was unaware of their stares. While Vala, who was on the couch watching, can't help but grin after seeing future in-laws. Vala, hee, your big bros swear he will help you get the harem you deserve, my boy. While both Drake and Albion inside their respective sacred gear while watching also have the same opinions like Valley, while in other places, both Razor and Serorg shed a tear feeling touched with Valley, Drake and Albion determination to help their bros getting a harem he deserve. Biko, okay, I say this again, your other grin was evil. With the rest of Vala team nodded in agreement, making Vala face twitching from Biko offhand comment. Azazel, you know what, from seeing this, I guess we can safely say that both Drake and Albion were a matchmaking Dragon Emperor or shipper Dragon Emperor. Odin, bright idea, I second that. Sirzech third that. While both Drake and Albion let out grumbles seeing that they both got another nickname again, but not complaining, feeling that it fits. Drake, well, I'll take those nicknames instead of the embarrassing ones. Albion, agreed, now if only we both can find our destined significant half. With both of them let out a sigh, feeling depressed from their own lack of love life, with both Issei and Vala patted their own respective partner's shoulder to cheer them up. While Tiamat let out a pout seeing that Drake, being a dense dragon he is, still doesn't notice her advances towards him after all these time. Skeeth, oh that's right, Azazel, you have my condolences? With Azazel can't help but wonder what Skeeth means by that before a sense of trepidation kicking and making him nervous. With Vali using his phone to get a signal but with no success before noticed Azazel laptop that was on the desk. Vali, shit, I haven't got a signal. Hey Azazel-san, can I use your laptop? Azazel replied back without thinking, yes sure, go ahead. With Vali got up from his seat before took a seat at the desk with the laptop before booting it up before. Vali, what the buckay? With everyone in the room stopped what they're doing and turns towards Vali wondering what's going on. Shemhazai, is there something on your laptop again? Azazel, I don't know, ask other me, not me. With everyone can't help but give Azazel a suspicious look before looking back at the screen while Skeeth and Corbenik hides their chuckle knowing what's gonna happen next. Azazel muttered to himself, what did you do other me? Issei rushed towards Vali, holy shit, Vali, what's the matter? What's going on? With everyone finally catching up with Issei before Vali spoke with tone full of disbelief. Vali, there's so much porn. With everyone else can't help but give Azazel a look of disgust. And the same thing happens, but with also a look of disappointment added while Azazel tried to make an excuse himself but to no success. Azazel, whoa dude. What the hell are you looking at my private shit? Vali, private shit? What are you talking about private shit? It was wide open and there were literally thousands of files here. Azazel, I've been meaning to clear some of that out. Vali, Jesus Christ, making the rest of devils in the room flinch. Look at all this organization we got here. Clockwise rim job, counterclockwise rim job, clockwise boob job, counterclockwise boob job, clockwise ass job, counterclockwise ass job. While many females in the room were baffled hearing that before looking at Azazel as if he was the lowest scum ever making him sweating nervously, while Issei glared towards him also didn't help making him more nervous. And again the same thing happened on the screen also happened in the room. Azazel, sometimes people would like to see tongues, tits and asses go the other way. Vali, you sick bastard, accidentally scrolled down further before seeing some files that make him gasp in horror. Look at this, chick with hicks. With everyone else literally jaw drops in shock unable to believe what they just heard. Kokabeel, dude what the buck man. Barakeel, bro. I know that you're desperate. But Shemhazai, but do you have Tio go down to that path? Azazel, hey come on. It's other me not me. I'll prove it to you guys. Open his laptop showing that there weren't any suspicious files, like his other self had. With everyone giving him a scrutinizing look still doesn't believe him making Azazel go sulk in the corner of the room. Issei, shit, Rias. Bring Gasper to safety. I'll hold Azazel off. Rias huh? What do you mean? Before she gasped realizing what Issei means while everyone else also gasps in horror especially Gasper who already falls on his but before let out a terrified shriek at Azazel who tried to make an excuse for himself but failing. Gasper, KKKKKK. Stay away from me. Rias, shoot. No wonder he said he was interested with Gasper's sacred gear. So that was his intention all along. Stop dawdling everyone move. Yuto, Hairas-sama. Proceeds to make countless barriers of holy demonic sword before together with others escorting Gasper out from the room. Sona, the worst. Rias, filth. Kaneko, scum. Zenobia, disgusting. Akino, piece of shit. Tsubaki, trash. With each of the girls give Azazel a piece of insult of their own before being teleported out from the room to safety. No need to be said that the same thing happened but on a greater scale turning the room into chaos while everyone else gives Azazel the look of disgust together with insults towards him making him fall to his knees depressed from his other self mishap. After a certain amount of time later with everything have calmed down with everyone is back on their seat, while sitting further away from Azazel making him sulking depressed. with Azazel after managed to get his bearings before speaking in disbelief, still unable to believe what he just heard. Azazel, oh my god, I'm sure I don't download that, I need help. Please someone help me. Narrator, ouch, not gonna lie, that was kinda sad, dude was that lonely huh, he possibly accidentally downloaded those files without realizing it. Vali slammed both his hands on the desk before speaking, there are no chick with hicks Azazel. Only guy with tits. Azazel, come on man. I'm glad you pointed that out, if not, I would fall down further, please you guys. Help me, already on his knees begging. Vali, okay Azazel-san, now you listen to both me and Issei, good thing I accidentally discovered this, if not, there's no turning back. Issei, nodding, yeah, this is a wake-up call, alright? You gotta get back out here, meet somebody or some girls, because you're about to spiraling out of control here, I mean it. Azazel, alright, now just tell me how. Vali, get up and close the laptop before bringing it up, now let's get rid of this. Azazel, What do you mean? We only need to just delete the files, wasn't it? Vali, no, even if we delete it, that shit can be accidentally recovered without you realizing it. Issei, it is, we gotta smash your laptop with a hammer, here's yours. Brought out 3 sledgehammer before giving one each to Azazel and Vali. Azazel, did I heard that just right? With the rest of DXD cast else are also caught off guard after hearing other Issei suggestions. Scene showing outside of the clubhouse where Issei, Vali and Azazel used their sledgehammer smashing down Azazel's laptop with Azazel with heavy heart do the act while crying all the way. With Azazel let out hysterical shriek before running towards the screen, clawing at the screen, begging the 3 on the screen to stop the blasphemy before being pulled back, kicking and screaming by annoyed Shemhazai and Kokabil. While most of the perverts in the room was crying seeing that, albeit corrupted, the treasure, read laptop, got smashed to pieces, broke their hearts. Great Red, munching some chips watching what just happened, damn, this is entertaining as hell. After they are done smashing the laptop to pieces with Azazel still wiping his tears for being forced to kill his comrade, before looking up at Issei and Vali. Azazel, alright, we're done, is this it? Issei, no, this is barely enough. Vali, yeah, as he said, the circuits could still be reconstructed if someone accidentally found this and worked on it. We don't want any poor souls to fall down to this hellhole of shit if they do that. That's what we could do for you and them. Issei, yeah, we gotta bury it in the harbor. Next scene shows the 3 of them in a diving suit, especially Azazel, who was holding a mini casket holding the remains of his laptop before 3 of them dived down to the depths of the waters, putting the casket at the bottom of the ocean floor. Curiously enough, there were countless amounts of caskets probably containing similar things on the ocean floor. Narrator, so much sacrifice, dreams that must be destroyed and innocent of youths. Let us give a salute. And as the saying goes, the hardest choice requires the strongest of wills. With most men can't help but unconsciously give a salute upon hearing the narrator's words, while they also can't help but cry. Most women in the room, men. After Azazel puts the casket down and starts tearing up under his goodles while caressing the casket before getting a flashback reminding him of his bittersweet moments with his laptop before being pulled by Issei and Vali, who shake their head telling Azazel where it was time to leave. Scene showing Azazel still being pulled up, who let out a silent scream with his right arm outstretched towards the casket containing his laptop before they reach the water surface, and Azazel starts sobbing before both Issei and Vali pat his shoulders giving him consoling words. Azazel, I'm gonna miss him, my brother in all but blood. Issei, sighing, I know it was a hard pill to swallow, no one can expect that, but remember, even it has died, physically, the memories of its existence lives in your heart. Vali, now, we'll come back here once a month, take a dive and check on it, that's all we can do for it, okay? With Azazel give a nod before using his arms wiping his tears and snot, while both Issei and Vali with solemn face patting his back for his loss. With everyone turned towards Azazel only to sweat drops seeing Azazel, who was hugging his laptop while giving it a baby talk and promising it that the same thing that happens to its other version wouldn't happen to it. Penemu, rubbing forehead from headache, how's this idiot our leader again? Kokabil, not just you, Even I'm wondering the same thing too. Shemhazai, pardon me, get up from his seat before goes towards Azazel, slapping him by the back of his head, snapping him out from it. Skeeth, chuckle, well, guess it's time then. Odin HM. Without other us knowing where Drake and Albion are, will they manage to summon Midgardsormr on how to beat Loki and Fenrir? Vali, who knows, better watch and see. With the entirety of DX cast, especially those who participate in battle against Loki, give their attention to the screen. Issei, muttering silently to himself, seeing that the other me wasn't perverted like me and doesn't know, Peilingual, Shikigami-sama probably wouldn't be able to contact him. And why I feel that I forgot something important. Ugh, this is making my head hurts thinking too much. Drake, something wrong, Issei? Issei, it's nothing, Drake. Drake, if you said so. While a select group of people like Issei also feel that they forgot something important but decided not to think much about it. While at the same time, Azazel feels that certain events he experienced back then would totally be different in this timeline everyone currently are watching. Azazel, thinking, I wonder what would happen if those kids met with this Issei we're watching. Probably be shocked for sure, not gonna lie. I kinda looked forward to seeing how it will happen, chuckle before frowning. They would be shocked to learn that. Glance at Issei former harem members, decided to break up with Issei. Especially future him. Sirzech, thinking while sighing, if my suspicion is right, we would probably see that event, little sister and the others would be devastated for sure. I just hope that they would be strong when they learned about it. While Skeeth and Corbenik hid a smirk knowing what Azazel was thinking about before feeling pity with Sirzech thoughts. Scene change. Haida household. Scene showing Azazel, Barakiel, Gremry Peerage who look worse for wear together with Irena, Odin and Rossweisse where they come to visit right after Loki ambush, and everyone else currently was having dinner after being invited by Issei and others where they are enjoying the food after a long day. Issei, chuckle while bringing out more food, eat a little bit slowly everyone, there's more to come. Kaneko, I literally turned into stars, so good. Irena, I never thought that Issei-chan can cook. Zenobia, and it was so good too. Nom nom nom. Odin, seems like your brother, you also can cook delicious food. Can I rent a room here? I'll even pay handsomely to just eat all these foods every day. Rossweisse, Odin-sama, mind your manner please, tempted to use her paper fan, but decided against it after seeing Ophis who was starry-eyed was eyeing everyone food. Like Rossweisse, everyone else also tried to eat as much as they could knowing that Ophis was eyeing their food while her mouth was salivating despite she was eating her own food. Issei, well, I'll take your words as a compliment, Odin-san, but I might have to refuse seeing that our room are a bit full. Odin, no sweat. I'll just become your neighbor then, give thumbs up with a grin on his face making everyone else's sweat drops. But some already plan to do the same, especially Rias, Aquino, Irena, Kaneko and Zenobia. Thor, not gonna lie, that was shameless of you, old man. Baldur, like he said, shameless of you. Odin, bah, you youngster would do the same knowing how good his food is, am I right? Vidar, good point. After a while with everyone finally finished with their food and took their own seat on the couch while Rias and her peerage members looked around seeing that this was the first time they visited their teacher house. Issei, with Rias and her peerage members returned focused back on point of their intentions of visiting while blushing a bit. Now Azazel-san, everyone, is this about the matter where you guys got attacked by a god just now? Azazel, well, seems like you already can sense what actually happened. For your question, yes we did, we got attacked by Loki just now. Vala, why's that? Odin, to sum it up, he disagreed with my plan to forge an alliance with the three factions. Issei, I blinked in disbelief, what really, old-fashioned much? Azazel, yep, dude claims it was his duty to start the Ragnarok. Vali, so he's basically a fate hitch then. With Azazel, Barakiel and Odin laughing immediately hearing that seeing that Vala was right to the point while others were struggling not to laugh. No need to be said where literally most of DXD cast were laughing their ass off hearing Vala off-handed insult towards Loki. Odin, bahahahaha, fate hitch, why didn't I realize it sooner? Loki literally acts like a fate hitch mwahahahaha. Sirzech, clutching his stomach while struggling to hold back his snickers but failing. I know it was rude to laugh, but other Vali got a point dahahahaha. Great Red, so we can safely say that Loki is a god of fate hitch, gaigahahahaha. With the room erupted in another bout of laughter after hearing what Great Red just said. Fenrir, waff waff bark, special translation, now that's a fitting title. While inside of boosted gear and divine dividing, both Drake and Albion together with the rest of past users were also laughing their ass off hearing that. Issei facepalm, ugh. Seriously Vali, anyway, turn towards Azazel and everyone else, I guess all of you need our help dealing with Loki? Azazel, yeah, more especially asking for Ophis' help. Ophis, tilt her head while pointing to herself, me. Odin, seeing that we haven't found the whereabouts of Drake and Albion users, we need your help to open Dragon Gate to summon Midgardsormr to ask him how to effectively deal with both Loki and Fenrir. With Ophis about to accidentally reveal Issei and Vala identity, but remember that they both wanted to hide who they are, making her turn towards Issei and Vala. Ophis, should I help? Issei, up to you if you wanted to help or not. Ophis, I'll help open the Dragon Gate, but I want the Chapin. Kalia tilted her head trying to get the name of the food she wanted right before giving up while pouting. Issei, chuckle, Shaliapan steak bowl wasn't it? Ophis, excitedly pointed at Issei with her eyes already turning to stars, yes, that one. Ophis, that sounds tasty. Lilith, I want some too. Zeoticus, even I was interested, it must be good if other Ophis was excited about it. Issei, ruffle Ophis' hair making her let out delighted hum, sure, as you say princess, I'll make it extra jumbo size then, I'll also add more dishes too. Vali, well, while Issei we're at it, I'm gonna go out to buy the ingredients then, be right back, use instant transmission heading towards the supermarket. Azazel, hee, can we also join you guys for the late dinner then? Shamelessly asked, making Kokabil, who was in disguise, hold back his urge to facepalm. Kokabil, this shameless idiot. Issei, chuckled from amusement with Azazel antics, well sure thing, but seeing that, looked over to all his guests except Odin who was unskated, you guys are in need to freshen yourself up, you guys can take a rest for a while or take a bath. Ravel, Asia, do you both mind helping our guests with the needed essentials? Ravel, Lama, no problem Issei-kun. Let's go Asia-chan. Asia, hi Ravel-chan. With both Ravel and Asia helping the guests, especially the girls who wanted to take a bath after being sweaty all over from surviving a fight against Loki and Fenrir. Issei, Rainair, Kalawarner, Middlet, do you three mind helping me in the kitchen? Rainair, sure thing Issei-kun. Kalawarner, no need to ask, we will definitely help. Middlet, that's right, just as she said. With three of them follow Issei to the kitchen to prepare for a late-night dinner. While disguised Kokabil was talking with both Azazel and Barakil, being curious about the fallen angel. Odin noticed a massage chair before rushing towards it, claiming his spot, haha mine. While both Yuto and Gasper decided to take a short nap on the couch, still feeling exhausted from today's events while waiting their turn to use the shower. After a certain amount of time, the screen shows everyone enjoying themselves on another round of dinner before the guests return home, seeing it was quite late. Issei, together with Vala still at the door after sending everyone off, guess a big storm is coming, huh Vala? Vali, yep, and there goes our peaceful life. With both Drake and Albion come out from their respective sacred gear. Drake, what a drag, isn't it right Albion? Albion, yep it is. Screen close. Skeeth, here, throw notes containing the recipe of what food other Issei just cooked towards Issei. I already know what you want to ask. Issei, give thumbs up, yeah, this is awesome. Thanks Skeeth-san. Would Skeeth give a thumbs up as a response before he? And Corbenik getting from their seat. Skeeth, well, the three of us have somewhere to go, see ya. With three of them ran out from the room and teleported somewhere else after leaving the house. Michael, that was sudden. Gabriel, must be something important for three of them to run out in a hurry. Kokabil, get up while stretching his neck. Well then, shall we, Sirzech Dano? Sirzech, give a challenging smirk. I thought you don't want to ask? With both of them leave the room heading towards the simulation room to spar, being followed with others that were interested in how the fight would turn out. Scene change, unknown location. Out of nowhere, Skeeth falling down from the sky, landing in hero pose, followed with, and Corbenik can get up facing the readers. Skeeth, phew, that was a close one, nearly broke my back. Anyway, here's my latest chapter. Finally managed to finish after writing on it for the entire day. Sorry for being late, everyone. Oh, for the next chapter, it might be late to be posted, seeing that Skeeth planned to clear Genshin Impact version 4.8 event map first. Corbenik, if nothing happens and Skeeth manages to clear the entire new event map earlier, he would start writing the next chapter. Skeeth, yeah, as they both said, the same thing could be said for future chapters for every new part of the map added in Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves future version updates, so I hope everyone understands my reason. Scratch back of his head, embarrassed. Anyway, we already talked long enough, so we hope everyone enjoyed the chapters, and here's some pictures for everyone to enjoy. With three of them did a finger salute, and jumped into a portal after throwing some pictures for readers to see. EP 58, Assessment and Bringing Truth to the Light. Scene change, Skeeth Realm Battle Simulation Arena area. Scene showing Shiro together with Ritsuka, Olga, Romani and some others just arrived and planning to check out the improved simulation battle, seeing that the maintenance is already done. Ritsuka, man, finally the simulation battle maintenance is finally done. How do you guys think the new rankings would be like after the updates? Natsu, bump fist excited, Yash, I don't care, I just wanted a good fight. Zeref, chuckle, now, no need to get worked up, Natsu, the simulation room won't go anywhere. Sweat drops after Natsu already leaves without hearing his response. Mavis, giggle, after all these years, he's still the same, right, dear? Zeref, yeah, he is, replying with a serious face while sweat drops. We have to catch up with him. Knowing Natsu, he is probably gonna try to attempt the EX rank challenge or, God forbid, EX+++ rank. Mavis, sweat drops, yeah, you're right, we should. With both of them running forward trying to catch up with Natsu to prevent him doing anything stupid, while others also sweat drops knowing how Natsu are. Shiro HM. Not gonna lie, I'm kinda interested to check the new additions and changes on the challenge list. Romani, yeah, many different worlds have many different kinds of opponents out there. I admit I'm kinda interested to see how strong they are. With the rest in the group nodding in agreement with Romani words while also being curious about the new additions in the simulation challenge. With everyone else already going on their own ways, leaving Shiro, Ritsuka, Olga and Romani in their battle chamber where they currently are checking the list of opponents to choose before Ritsuka, being curious about something, decided to speak. Ritsuka, still Roman, you won't go back into your Solomon form? While Shiro and Olga are also curious about the same thing too. Romani, chuckle, well, honestly I wanted to try my prowess in current state without resorting to my true power. Besides, I've been learning tons of things from Zeref and planning to put it into use. Have to admit that the way of the magic from his world worked differently than what we knows. Olga, nodding, he's right, instead of magic circuits they have magic containers for Ether Nano or Lacrima to use their spells. Honestly, I'm jealous how their world has less strict rules compared to ours. It's really hard learning. True heavenly body magic. From Mavis-san, I lost count how many times I hit face first at the trees when using Meteor, pouting while remembering the time she always hit the trees while Mavis and Natsu was clutching their own stomach laughing in the background seeing her repeated failed attempt. Shiro, thinking while sweat drops, Rin would literally be salivating for sure if she sees those lacrimas. Those things were convenient as hell. Ritsuka, not gonna lie, the true heavenly body magic you learned was completely devastating, sweating a bit remembering the destruction Olga accidentally caused by summoning countless amounts of actual meteorites during her training before thinking, guessed that magic fits with her considering that magic was related to celestial objects, stars and heavenly bodies. Shiro, how ironic that without the term magecraft, in our world, the other mages in other worlds can use magic without restriction easily just like that without worrying about any sign of degradation. with the other three nodding in agreement hearing that. Romani, guess it was thanks to Zeref-san for granting us artificial magic containers to help us use magic we learned from him, or Mavis-san. With Ritsuka, Olga and Shiro also nodding in agreement, remembering the time when Zeref offered the four of them an artificial magic container for them to be able to use magic from Zeref, Mavis, and Natsu homeworld. Olga, but still, if we go back, I will use my authority as one of the lords to protect the three of us from the Mage Association and Clock Tower. Ritsuka, with serious face, thank you for that, Olga-chan. Those people would go crazy to acquire our artificial magical container, and honestly I'm thankful that Zeref-san made it so that it was completely bound to us and was not inheritable. Romani, indeed, let out a shiver. I don't want to imagine the rest of other mage families that will try to marry us to their daughters just to get an artificial magical container for their own if it was inheritable, thinking to himself, worse if those peoples know about my true identity. With both Ritsuka and Romani letting out a breath of relief, feeling glad that they both managed to dodge a bullet, with Shiro's sweat drops seeing that, while Olga twitched a bit imagining that scenario before swearing to herself to keep those people away from Ritsuka and Romani. With the four of them decided to continue browsing the list of challengers after they are done talking before Ritsuka found a challenger title that caught his interest when he was just checking out the list on EX rank on a whim. Ritsuka, guys, I found something interesting. While everyone looks at what Ritsuka was talking about before Shiro said the title of the challenger, Ritsuka find with a tone of disbelief. Shiro. A certain restless puppy. Romani, eyes blinking while also in disbelief. Okay. Now this gotta be interesting. Regarding how questionable the title sounds, should we attempt this? Olga, give Roman a glare, are you serious? It was a puppy! Shiro, don't forget that the title of every challenger was kinda misleading for everyone that tried to attempt it. Maybe we should give it a try. Olga, but... Ritsuka, come on Olga-chan, Shiro-san is right though. I got a good feeling that attempting this challenge might surprise us. Olga HM. Okay then. With Ritsuka pressed the button confirming their attempt to challenge. A certain restless puppy. Before the system scans them, before the machine comments a bit. The voice that scanned the challengers is called simulation, for reader's information. Simulation? Oh, you guys are trying to attempt to fight against this guy, huh? Well, good luck then. This is a younger version of him, and this guy was among of peoples that have Skeeth and Corbenik respect. And good luck if this guy ever decided to summon. With the four of them were stunned hearing that before Ritsuka excitedly pressed, yes, wanting to see the person that even Skeeth and Corbenik respect before the opponent materialized in front of them, with the battle chamber already turned into a wasteland-like area. Challenger? Well, this gotta be fun. Activating combat mode. With the four of them enter into battle stance while instinctually know that they will have a tough fight of their lives if they don't take this fight seriously. Ritsuka, grinning excited, so. This guy was someone that even Skeeth-san? San and Corbenik-san respect huh? Romani, told you Olga, the title was misleading though. Olga, yeah I know, but why does his title sound like that? Shiro, focus, never thought I'm gonna say this. But this guy was a real hero, let's go everyone. With the four of them charge forward towards their opponent, who gives them a challenging smirk as a response. Scene change, random path heading towards Skeeth house. Scene showing Skeeth together with? And Corbenik was driving their own steam bikes while talking with each other. Skeeth, hey guys, I think I want to update the rank list of simulation battle system by adding a new rank. What? Really dude? Why's the reason? Skeeth, you know that some of the challengers we put on EX+++ rank were honestly still kinda busted and overkill even in EX+++ rank in my opinion. With both. And Corbenik blinking their eyes a bit before realizing that Skeeth was right before shrugging. Corbenik, if you already decide that, who are we to stop you? So what is the name of the rank of those that was bustedly overkill beyond overkill? Skeeth, give a smirk before replying. EX of EX rank. How was it? Completely fitting. Corbenik, yup, totally. After driving for a while before they finally arrived at their destination and parking their steam bikes in the garage before going inside heading towards where the rest of DXD cast are currently at. Scene change simulation room. With Skeeth and Corbenik arrived where the rest of DXD cast currently at, and being graced with a scene showing Sirzech, who was bloodied all over, still gasping for breath, while Kokabil, who was lying on his back barely conscious, while there was a trace of countless amounts of destruction in the room, and the other DXD cast are currently clapping their hands after witnessing an epic battle in front of their eyes. Skeeth, well, what do we have here? Azazel, oh Skeeth-san? Corbenik-san, when did you three come back? Just now, chuckle, seems like us three missed quite a bit, huh? Issei, yeah, shame you three didn't join us. Ni-san and Kokabil-san totally duke it out. Genturu, yeah, they both totally is. It was really close though. Even though Sirzech-sama clearly had an upper hand the entire fight, Kokabil-san managed to keep up even though he was losing. Vali, grinning, as they both said, shame he purposely let himself get captured back then. If I know he was this strong, I would spar with him every day. Some of DXD cast, Battle Maniac. Thor, ha. I'm totally gonna ask both of them for another spar too, my blood already pumping seeing them in action. Most of DXD cast, and here's another Battle Maniac. Corbenik, chuckle, guess we should wait for those two to be healed first if we wanted both of them to join us in today's viewing. After lying down both Sirzech and Kokabil on the stretcher, sending them to infirmary with Asia together with some others working tirelessly healing both of them before stopping after Sirzech and Kokabil asked them to stop despite they both are still not fully healed, leaving both of them fully covered in bandages. Grayfia, asking despite can already guessing both Sirzech and Kokabil reasons. Sirzech-sama, Kokabil dunno, why do you both do not want to be fully healed? While some of the DXD cast being clueless are also nodding in agreement with her. Sirzech, chuckle, well after my battle with Kokabil dunno, I kinda want to feel the after effects of my battle with him, feel it was kinda shame to be fully healed after a tough battle with him, just say that these injuries was badge of honor after a tough battle with him. Kokabil, indeed, and as he said, just call it men thing in a nutshell. While the rest of the men in the room can't help but unconsciously nod in agreement with him, knowing what both Kokabil and Sirzech were talking about. While most of the women seeing that can't help roll their eyes while thinking. Most women men. Scene change viewing room. Scene showing everyone already in their seat with Vala has the honor using the remote starting the viewing. Screen open. Scene change at random training area in the underworld. Scene showing Odin and Rossweisse just give the replica of Mjolnir to Issei. Issei, oh, instead of the basement under my house, they're training at the underworld, huh? Drake, considering your other self-house wasn't renovated like us, that was probably the case. Issei, who, so this is a replica of Mjolnir, I can understand why Thor likes to use this hammer, looking over at the hammer before lifting it up and casually spinning it with one hand. Thor, ha. I'll graciously take your compliment. Baldur, oh boy. Vidar, unintentional or not, his ego got stroked again. Issei, man. I'm having trouble lifting that hammer up even with balance breaker back then, and even managed to do that with help, but the other me in base can casually do that, huh? Drake, well, guess you have to up your training to catch up with him. Issei, grin, you're right, Drake. Rias, whoa, Issei-sensei is really strong, huh? Odin, ha. I wonder what expression Thor would wear if he see albeit a replica. A normal human can lift Mjolnir easily like that. Make a deadpan face, nah scratch that musclehead probably gonna be excited instead. Thor, not cool old man, not cool. Odin, bah other me, not me, thinking, why I feel I have to run after this. Azazel, that might be the case, but still, what kind of training you both have endured to reach this point? Issei and Vali, thinking a bit before replying, tons, and lot of hellish training, that all we both can said. Small flashback shows an instance of younger Issei and Vala together with Drake and Albion was running on the Snake Way while gasping for breath when the four of them was at Dragon Ball Z World. Issei, shakily point at the screen unable to believe what he just seen, SSNSNA Snake Way? While the rest of DXD cast also in disbelief seeing that the four in the screen experienced the famous Snake Way. Vali, also wide eyes in disbelief, damn, never thought one of the thing other us experience was challenging the snake way. Drag, okay, gotta admit, I never thought I gonna see other me attempt that challenge. Albion, indeed, but who wouldn't, any of us try to attempt that challenge if we go to Dragon Ball Z World? With most if not all of DXD cast nodding in agreement, especially excited Issei, who nodded so fast, making an afterimage of his head from how fast he's nodding his head, making some are worried that his head would fly out from how fast he's nodding his head. Akino, but still, we are thankful that Issei-sensei and Vali-san are willing to help all of us dealing with Loki. Issei shrugs, well, seeing that all of you already asked my help, guess why not? Moreover, it was a teacher's duty to help their students with their adversary. Besides, your opponent this time was an actual god. I won't take any chances if something is going to happen if I don't help you guys. Rossweisse, a teacher, huh? Pondering to herself after hearing Issei words. Rossweisse, well, seems like my other self might probably become a teacher like me too, huh? With the other me and other Issei-kun, our teacher's face turned red before getting a nosebleed from accidentally imagining another wild fantasy roleplay of her and Issei as teachers before hungrily give Issei a hungry look, making him shiver, not knowing the reasons. While Great Red, after notice Rossweisse looked towards Issei, can only mutter one thing. Great Red, I swear hatchling harem members were even more perverted than him. Sometimes I regret having a domain over dream. Those girls' dream and fantasy was completely XXX rated compared to the hatchling. Vali, speaking of, hey Issei, mind if I borrow that? Gesture towards the Mjolnir Issei was currently spinning in his hand. Issei, well sure, catch, throw the Mjolnir to Vali, who catches it. Vali, nice, wait, I gotta try something first, eyes glinting in mischief. Albion, with exasperated tone, oh boy, what is it again? Drake, he's up to something again for sure. Vali, Hierferg, wota-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. With Vali, after enlarge the Mjolnir, proceeds to use the Mjolnir as makeshift nunchucks, wildly spinning, somehow, it all over at high speed, with everyone else already leaped out of the way to avoid from getting hit. While Gentru, unfortunately not being fast enough, got launched after being hit from wind pressure, thankfully, of the hammer swings, embedding him inside on one of the building, leaving him unconscious. Issei, stop fooling around, you idiot! Proceeds to punch Vali in the face, knocking him out. While depressed Albion was sulking in the corner inside the Divine Dividing, while the rest of Divine Dividing Pass users patted his shoulder, trying to cheer him up. While the rest of DX cast already laughing their ass off, except Vali, who wishes to disappear from the embarrassment of seeing his other self actions. Azazel, da ha ha ha, cough cough, holy shit, that was epic. Ha ha ha. Sirzech, not gonna lie, I never thought I would see a hammer to be used as nunchucks, ga ha 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 ha. Odin, and I thought I already seen everything in my life, I'm glad I'm wrong. Start wheezing from laughing too hard before fall unconscious. Thor, I'm gonna try that later, why I never thought of doing that. Baldur, Thor and oh. Thor, yes. Vidar, oh I. Enough dawdling, you two help me bringing back father, damn it. With Thor and Baldur immediately help Vidar pumping the unconscious Odin chest, bringing him back to the realm of consciousness. Issei, I know that Vali was a riot, but damn, ha 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 ha. Biko, true, ha 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 ha. After everyone already calmed down before continuing watching the viewing. After the chaotic situation finally calmed down, while Gentru was being tended by Momo and Ruruko, and Issei rubbing his forehead, being annoyed with Vali antics. Odin, rubbing his beard before asking Issei and Vali something while grinning, speaking off, what parts do you both like? Issei, part? Vali, what are you talking about, Odin-asen? With both of them tilt their head confused about Odin question. Odin, ha ha ha, asen ha, I like it. While the Baldur, Thor and Vidar shaking their heads amused hearing that. Odin, caressing his beard while muttering to himself, seems like the other me decided to ask that question a little bit earlier, huh, why my urge to run away becoming stronger, huh? Skeeth, chuckle knowing what Odin was muttering about, well, seems like someone is gonna get his long overdue beating then. With Odin point at Rossweisse's breast, but then her thigh making her cover the gestured body, feeling embarrassed with red face before glaring angrily at Odin. Odin, well, you both are men, surely you both have a fetish of your own. While Azazel nodding sagely hearing that. Albion, that's right. I just remembered. Turned to Odin giving him a glare, you're the one that give me that accursed nickname. With Albion proceeds to leap at Odin, who let out a girlish shriek, being unable to run away in time before being beaten senseless by enraged Albion. Drake, that's right. He also gives me mental scar back then. With Drake also joined Albion beating the shit out of Odin while the others do nothing but watch the scene. Thor, should we save him? When seeing Drake and Albion give double choke slam to Odin. Baldur, nah, the old man deserves it though. Vidar, want some chips? Hold out some potato chips. Thor, sure why not, shrugs before took some eating it. Fenrir, wuff, waff, rough, special translation, don't mind me having some, proceeds to also take some of the potato chips eating it while enjoying the sight of Odin being beaten by Drake and Albion with a grin on its face/snout. After a while with both Drake and Albion calmed down while Odin was in full body cast, everyone else continued watching the viewing. Unknown to both Issei and Vala, the rest of the women in the vicinity, especially the ones that liked Issei, also can't help but be curious about their response. While both Issei and Vala blink their eyes, being a little caught off guard hearing that question before slowly replying. Issei, okay, that was an unexpected question, I admit, and honestly. Valley, we both never thought about it actually, shrugs. Narrator, what do you expect from two DI-left virgin dense dudes? Of course they haven't even thought about it, same with the two DI-left virgin dense dragons too. Issei, Valley, Drake and Albion, HUIY. While the rest can't help but chuckle amused hearing narrator quip. While the others upon hearing that can't help but look at Issei and Vala in disbelief, especially Azazel and Odin. Azazel, what? Seriously? Odin, no way, that was true, wasn't it? Issei, how should we put it, to us, women's beauty doesn't come from their looks, what matters is their heart. Valley, indeed, if someone was beautiful but had a rotten heart or personality, they are not worth it. Issei, to put it in a nutshell, we doesn't care if the girl's appearance we would spend our life is ugly or not, what matters is their inside, that's all that matters. Both Odin and Azazel can't help but give proud smile hearing that, feeling their respect to both Issei and Vala soaring higher than it already was, while the girls that like Issei are blushing from hearing his opinion about women's beauty. Narrator, indeed, the better way to say it, don't stick it in the crazy. Let it just be said, every woman in the room immediately feel upset with the narrator rude remark. Venelana, how rude. Issei, BRUH narrator SN. Cookie, did he have to ruin the moment, huh, damn it? Azazel, booba. While some can't help but booing and insulting the narrator from his unexpected comment. Issei, turned towards Rossweisse, Irina and both Gremory and Citri Peerage. Well, guess we already talked long enough, now then, let me assess where you guys are currently at. Come at me, cracking both his knuckles before make a come on gesture to all of them. I'll try to hold back. Drake snorts, hold back? Yeah, right. Both peerages, Irina and Rossweisse, hi. With both peerages together with Irina and Rossweisse charging forward towards Issei, making a spectacular sight of Issei fighting, Reed, giving one-sided beatdown, against the group, while Valley, Azazel, Odin together with Barakil and Tannen, already shrank down to human size, who just arrived as spectators watching the battle, Reed. Again a one-sided beatdown. Azazel, when seeing how Issei grabs Yuto by his leg using him as a makeshift sword, beating Genturu and Gasper senseless, making the three of them unconscious while foaming on their mouth. Ouch, not gonna lie, that was brutal. He know those three was the strongest after the king and queen, so he take them out first. Still brutal though, sweat drops. Genturu, Kiba, I think you should be careful not letting anyone grab your legs, lest you end up that way. Yuto, gulping down saliva nervously, why yeah. I'll keep that in mind. Gasper, this other Issei senpai is scary. Biko, brutality at its finest for sure. Odin, whistles seeing how Issei literally grabs all the spells shooting his way before throwing all of it back at greater force and high speed towards Rossweisse and both Citri bishops before they can react instantly, taking them out. Damn, good judgment by taking out the spellcasters first. Sun Wukong. I can see he incorporate Tai Chi in his moves just now. Chow chow, yeah, the way he grabbed those spells was pretty cool, honestly. With Issei jump high in the air and continuously use Renkyaku at high speed towards Ruruko, Irina, Zenobia and Tomo, where they are desperately trying to parry all the incoming attacks, but to no avail before being completely overwhelmed and instantly got taken out, leaving them barely conscious. Suji, have to admit, I would be hard-pressed to parry all of that. Sirzech, do you really think so, Suji? With Suji give a nod as a response. Tannen, If I'm not mistaken, does that technique was related with the move you both together with Bale and Phoenix used back then, Vala-san? Vala, yep it was, wanted to learn it too, Tannen-asan? Tannen, haha, it would be my honor if you will. Azazel O? Interesting, do you mind if I join the lesson too? Barakil, chuckle, also me too if possible. Vala, I thought you both don't want to ask, the more the merrier. Back to the fight. Zenobia, as so strong. Irina, we didn't even manage. Tomo, do anything. Ruruko, is his legs made of swords or what? With 4 of them fall unconscious, succumbing to their injury. Kaneko, Ei. Tsubasa, HAA. With Issei use Kami easily evading their attacks before using Shurgon right at their solar plexus, making both of them coughing blood before Issei using the opportunity and grabs them by their arm before slamming them to each other, making a loud sound that can be heard across the area, instantly knocking them out from the impact before bringing both of them to the ground after landing. With most of DX cast watching, especially Kaneko and Tsubasa, wince from hearing how loud the sounds of them on the screen colliding with each other. Griselda, a simple but devastating technique if used right. Dulio, yeah, but I can't help but feel sorry for those two. Cookie, damn, I don't think I want to be the receiving end of that. The way he slammed those two together was honestly brutal, I admit. Kaneko, good thing we are Rook. Tsubasa, if not. With both of them shiver after imagining the worst case scenario. With both Rias and Sona together with Akino and Tsubaki flying in the sky, can't help but glance nervously at their fallen comrades, seeing how Issei effortlessly took them out. Rias, I know Sensei was strong. Akino, but this is too strong. Sona, and this was him holding back. Tsubaki, I don't want to imagine if he is not holding back. With the 4 of them shiver imagining that. Narrator, don't forget if he ever decided to use boosted gear, let alone use. Whoa! Close one. I nearly end up spoiling the viewers. I don't want Skeet-san to cut my pay if I end up giving the spoilers. I need those money for my gotchas. With most of DX cast snap their fingers, feeling disappointed hearing that, while our hosts chuckle amused seeing that. With Issei rolling his neck after light workout before looking up. Issei, alright. Let's wrap it up, use whatever you forgot for one last attack. With the 4 of them nod to each other before bringing both of their hands up, mustering everything they got into a large sphere of energy before throwing it to Issei, who give a smile as a response. Issei, impressive, against any normal ultimate class devil opponents, they would be instantly taken out by this attack, but still not enough. With Issei lift his right arm up and mutter the name of a spell in low tone that strangely everyone can hear the spell name. Issei. Baukura Disagirigu. And a large apparition of dragon-like hand made of gold and silver lightning appears above him before controlling the hand, grabbing the incoming sphere before crushing it in its palm. Vala rolled his eyes while thinking, and that dense idiot called that holding back? Albion, meh. At least he won't use that technique to pummel them into bloody paste. Vala, fair enough. With most of DX cast, especially Rias, Akino, Sona and Tsubaki, hold back a shiver hearing Albion's brutal description. Great red, damn, got to admit, that was cool as hell spell there. With both Ophis and Lilith nodding in agreement with stars in their eyes. Michael, if I'm right, that spell just now probably was from the Golden Book, wasn't it? Corbenik, It was one of the higher tier of the spells, and Issei can use it the way other Albion was talking about. Making some of DXD cast blanch hearing that. Bruh dude, not helping. While Corbenik let out a shrugs as a response. With the four of them in the gasping for breath while still in disbelief seeing how their combined attacks got extinguished just like that, making the four of them let out resigned smile knowing it was an inevitable outcome. Rias, hee, we're completely outclassed huh? Sona, yeah, what do we expect knowing how strong Issei sensei are? Akino, well, at least we tried our best. Tsubaki, plus both sensei and Vala-san were considered as stronger than Sirzech-sama, so I deemed this a valuable learning experience for us. With the four of them barely holding on, completely drained out of magical energy, and slowly falling down to ground, barely hanging on consciousness before Issei uses the dragon hand catching them and putting them on the ground. Azazel, well, they tried their best. Shemhazai, facepalm, wrong choice of words you idiot. After a while with those who were unconscious regained their consciousness, noticing that they are already healed, and see that Issei and Vala just finished cooking a feast for everyone. Issei, oh, all of you have already woken up, come on, let's eat first. I know that all of you are hungry after strenuous exercise just now. Eat first, then I'll give my assessment to all of you. With everyone eating for a while before the others turned towards him, what he gonna say? Azazel, Sue, how's your assessment towards them? Issei, passable, making those that battle against him breath sigh of relief. I don't know how strong Loki is, but I can safely say that they can survive against him if he doesn't get serious from the start. Rias, serious, widen her eyes realizing what Issei means, don't tell me. Sona, that's our battle just now. Rossweisse, was a what-if scenario if Loki-sama decided to not play around. With Issei nodded, confirming her suspicions. Issei, yeah, I know that all of you have little experience fighting someone stronger that totally outclass all of you, especially if they decided to go all out from the start, so I try to emulate the scenario so all of you can be better prepared in the future in case something similar to what happened today happens. Odin, he's right, I got a feeling that all of you would be in similar situations a lot in the future, nothing wrong with being prepared. Irina, Issei-chan is right though, but start pouting while letting out crocodile tears, do you have to go overboard like that? While most of them nod in agreement, feeling phantom pain all over their body. Genshuru, and come on sensei, do you have to grab Kiba like a sword beating me and Gasper like that? While Yuto gives a pained smile remembering his experience being used as a sword. Issei, with a chord tone, oh, does it seem that way though? I swear I already tried to tone it down as much as possible. Vali, well, as unbelievable as it sounds, this emo, with Issei I twitched hearing that, really tried his best to hold back even if it doesn't look that way, can't blame him, after all the series of experience us both have gone through. With both Issei and Vala can't help but reminiscing their experiences while the others can't help but sweat drops while wondering what the hell that both of them have gone through. Sirzech sweat drops. From what we have seen and heard so far, guess we can't blame them if their sense of holding back was like that. Zeoticus, you're right son, any sane person would have their common sense warped to weird extent if they experienced what they have gone through. Issei, anyway, we have some time before Loki attacks during Odin-san meeting with the Japanese gods. I know that some of you are curious about some of the techniques I used during the battle just now, so me and Vala can teach some of it to all of you. Tomo, eyes shining excited, whoa really? Why you means the one you're slicing the air with your kicks? While those who use swords also can't help but feel excited upon the chance of learning such techniques. Vali, chuckle, I know that some of you are interested in learning those techniques, but no need to rush, there are some steps to be taken first when learning all of Rokushiki. Tannen, oh-ho, so those techniques Issei-san used in the battle just now was part of Rokushiki huh, interesting. Issei, you're welcome to join learning Rokushiki Tannen-san. Tannen, grin, oh sure I will. Tannen, go for it other me, that technique was really useful, remembering the time he sparred against Krom Kruch using nothing but Rokushiki. Issei, seeing that we're short of time, maybe all of you are not able to fully learn Rokushiki, so I will teach those that were easier to learn first. We will start tomorrow, so take a good rest for today everyone. With Rossweisse, Irina, together with both Gremry and Citri Peerage, can't help but feel excited for tomorrow's lessons. Odin, ha ha ha, go on young ones, learn what you deem useful, nothing wrong with extra knowledge. After everyone already leaves to do their own things to prepare for tomorrow, leaving only Issei and Vala washing the dishes together with Akino and Barakiel, who stayed behind where both of them have something to say to him. Issei, oh, another small change, I wonder what it is. Azazel, if my guess is right, shaking head amused, nah, better wait and see. Akino, Issei-sensei. Issei, what is it, Akino-san? Akino, both me and my father have something to talk about with you. Vala, chuckle, well Issei, you heard what the lady wanted, go on, I'll do the rest of the dishes. Issei, well thank you Vala. With Vala giving a thumb up before Issei rinses his hands and following both Akino and Barakiel to another part of the area, wondering what they both wanted to talk about. Barakiel, ahem, first, both me and my daughter Akino wish to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. With both Barakiel and Akino give a deep bow to Issei. Issei, why? Akino, it was to thank you for your advice back then, helping repair the relationship of us father and daughter and helping us to find out the truth. While Issei wondered what she meant before remembering a certain conversation back then. Flashback start. Co-Academy Counseling Room. Scene showing Issei, who was substituting for counselor teacher who took an emergency leave and currently just finished counseling for random students. While most of DXD cast can't help but blink their eyes seeing the other Issei as a substitute counselor teacher. Goro, wow, color me surprised, never thought I would see my son other self as a counselor. Mickey, indeed, it was kinda weird though. Sirzech, considering that little brother past exploits helping people motivating them, I wasn't surprised if he ended up become one. Drake, indeed, despite his perversion, he's surprisingly good giving pep talk to those he knows. Issei, wait, was it truly the case, guys? While those who have received any form of aid from Issei back then give him a confirming nod, making him blush embarrassed. Issei, here's some knockings on the door, come in. With the door open showing Akino, who was shuffling embarrassed. Issei, oh Akino-san, do you need some advice or something? Akino, actually, I'm in need of advice, sensei. Issei, well, take a seat first. With Akino took a seat in front of his desk. Any drink you prefer? Akino, tea should suffice, sensei. With Issei give a nod before getting up, brewing tea for both of them and bringing it to the desk for both of them to enjoy during the counseling session. Issei, Sue, it seems that there's a lot in your mind, but before that, make a soundproof barrier around the room to prevent anyone from listening in respect for her privacy. Is this related to why you visit me today? Akino, give a nod before responding, it is, it was like this. With Akino started to talk about the situation of her past, especially with her relationship with her estranged father to Issei, while he was silently listening the entire time before she finished speaking, while tears are streaming on her face while she was still sobbing and trying to wipe her tears. Akino, please sensei, what should I do? I'm confused. I don't know if I hate my father or not. Issei, I see, get up before going towards her, giving her a hug while caressing the back of her head. It's alright, I know you have go through a lot, just let it all out. Like a dam broken, she started bawling her eyes out, crying for a while Issei is still caressing the back of her head as a sign of comfort. While some of those who were watching wearing a solemn expression, especially Barakiel and Shuri, gave Akino a comforting hug. Akino, thank you Ota-san, Oka-san. Shuri, shhh, it's alright Akino-chan, no matter what happens, you are still our beloved daughter. Barakiel, and nothing will change that. With the family of three hugging each other, strengthening their bonds further. While Issei, who was watching from his seat, couldn't help but give a smile seeing that, feeling glad for her. A while later, after Akino already calmed down while her face was blushing red upon realizing how intimate the situation was back then. Akino, thinking while being embarrassed, that was embarrassing. I can't believe that Issei-sensei hugged me and I'm bawling easily just like that, and I can still smell it, his lingering scent on my clothes. I'm not gonna wash my clothes today, already. got a small nosebleed while planning to smell Issei's lingering scent on her clothes after she goes back home today. Narrator, WOA, calm down girl. I know you're down bad to him, but calm down will ya? While Akino was blushing red embarrassed seeing that everyone can hear her other wild thoughts, while Issei also can't help but blush embarrassed upon hearing other Akino wild thoughts. With everyone decided not to say anything knowing how awkward it was for her before continuing watching the viewing. Issei, Akino-san, something wrong? Tilting his head feeling concerned seeing her expression especially her red face. Akino, brought back to reality before waving her arms embarrassed, and nothing sensei. I am not planning to smell anything. While Drake and the rest of past possessors facepalmed seeing how dense Issei was. Sirzech, chuckle, serious or not, seems like this other little brother is still dense like ours. Issei, oh come on. I'm not that dense though. While nearly everyone else gives him a deadpan face making him depressed before he goes sulking in the corner of the room while his giggling harem members try to cheer him up. With everyone continuing watching the viewing after Issei has recovered from his depressed episode. Issei, well, my advice is, try to ask your heart and think, do you truly hate him or not? But from my understanding from the way you told me, I believe you truly don't hate or blame him. Besides, frowned a bit, there's something suspicious about the incident. Akino, wide eyes being confused what Issei means, huh? Akino, huh? Azazel, Interesting, I wonder what he meant. Issei, but first I want you to take a deep breath and remain calm. With Akino do what Issei suggested her before preparing herself about what Issei is going to say. Akino, I'm ready sensei. Issei, okay then, this might be just my own suspicion, but it might be true after confirming it, those people that attacked your home that night. I think they might be from the extremists of Himejima clan that exiled your mother previously, am I right? Akino, why yes they are. Issei, how should I put it, considering how much they dislike supernatural species, Akino, when your father was away doing a mission and Himejima clan people attacked your home, don't you ever feel how suspicious that they attack right after when your father was away? Akino, wait, what do you mean? Issei, sighing while hoping what he said wasn't true but knew it was futile, I mean, they probably have planned the attack a long time ago, they probably have researched how much time your father took while he was away doing some missions, then they sent some peoples to deliberately create a lot of troubles in different places that immediately need Grigori attention and someone of your father caliber to settle it, while also need lots of Grigori personnel especially most of the cadres handling the rest of troubles to make they are unable to prevent people from Himejima clan from attacking you and your mother that day. While Akino falls into deep shock and despite how much she tried to deny it, Issei's words rang true with how everything that happened that night connected with each other making it possible that's how the incident actually happened. Akino, SOJ just because of my existence, those people go to such length, just to kill Ka-san, and then, I said such words, to Ota-san. Blaming him, when he wasn't actually at fault. With Akino already in shock making her start hyperventilating with how her pupils are already dilating upon learning the truth before she falls unconscious. Issei, Akino-san. With Issei catch her before she falls to the ground. Flashback ends. While most of DX cast especially Akino, Barakiel, Shuri, Suzaku, Azazel and those from Grigori were wide-eyed in shock hearing that before they finally managed to connect the dots. Azazel, you gotta be kidding me, facepalm groaning a bit while feeling disappointed to himself, I can't believe it, why I never thought it that way, no wonder it feels suspicious back then. Kokabeel, grimace, damn it, they got us good. No wonder how weirdly suspicious that situation is with how many troubles popped up simultaneously back then needing most of the cadres to handle it. Shemhazai, yeah, how the hell we don't realize it, it was so damn suspicious when that incident happened right after we were done settling those troubles. Penemu, to think they go to such length just to. While the rest of Grigori can't help but feel guilty towards Barakiel remembering when he returned back to Grigori looking like a dead man walking with how his wife death, and also his daughter blaming and hating him making stay in that state for quite some time before he finally managed to get his bearings. While Barrichello barely manages to hold back his anger while wearing an expression of rage after finally getting his answers on how everything happened back then, leading to Shuri's death, and making Akino hate him before finally unable to hold back his anger before roaring in rage. Barrichello, those bastards. Not only that they hate our family just because of me being of a different race, they also have the audacity to do all that just to kill Shuri and Akino. I swear on my life I'm gonna hunt them and kill those who was responsible. While Shuri and Akino, despite them, are also shocked with what they have learned, they are desperately trying to calm Barrichello down. Shuri, dear, please calm down. This isn't like you. Akino, Ka-san is right, Ota-san. Please. After a while, with both of them finally managed to successfully calming Barrichello down with him sobbing on his seat before hugging both Shuri and Akino, continuously apologizing towards them for not realizing what happened back then sooner, and not preventing it. Suzaku goes towards the three of them before bowing, expressing her apology. I'm sorry, as head of Himejima clan, it was my negligence of not finding out what truly happened that day sooner. I swear I will find those who was responsible. Shuri, it's alright, Suzaku-chan, all that matters right now is that we already found out the truth. Skeeth, let me assist with that. Snap his fingers before a scroll appear in front of Suzaku, who took it. Inside that scroll is the list of the names of those who orchestrated that attack and also the locations of those who are also in hiding. There are also what crimes and tons of questionable things they have done so far. I wish you luck. Delivering justice to them, Suzaku-san. With both Barrichello and Suzaku giving him a thankful nod for his assistance before Suzaku opens the scroll, reading through its content with her expressions turn grim with every passing seconds before closing the scroll after she's done reading it before speaking with an expressionless tone. Suzaku, when I go back, the Himejima clan will undergo purification to cleanse those filth away from the face of the earth, and none shall escape. While the rest of DXD cast also offered their assistance, with Suzaku give a thankful nod with their offer. Skeeth, well then, let's resume watching the viewing, seeing that everyone is ready. Issei, Sue, my suspicion was true, wasn't it? While both Barrichello and Akino barely managed to hold back a grimace before nodding. While Akino can't help but remember how Barrichello nearly broke down when she told him about Issei's suspicion about what truly happened that night, making her feel guilty for hating and blaming Barrichello after all these years, knowing he also was hurting from losing his wife while also being hated by his own daughter. Barrichello, as much it pains me to admit it, your suspicion is true about what truly happened back then. If you didn't point out your suspicion, both of me and Akino would still be in the dark of what truly happened. Akino, for that, we both are truly grateful for your assistance with this matter. With both of them bowing again towards Issei, with him asked them to raise their heads, saying it was unnecessary. Issei, I didn't do much, I'm just merely pointing out my suspicion. It was you both that did the actual work, so how's your investigation with that matter doing, Barrichello-san? Barrichello, me together with the rest of Grigori and colleague of ours are collaborating to find out those who were responsible, seeing that most of them have already escaped and gone into hiding, but I swear we bring all of them to justice. Small flashback scene showing Azazel and Barrichello together with Suzaku with the assistance of Team/Dog were holding covert operations to uncover the truth of what actually happened back then, and finding those who was responsible. Cookie, oh yeah. Brief or not, we finally had an appearance. Natsum, nodding satisfied, I agree. Shidian, I see that Issei-chan is also with us. Tobio, with a worried look, how? That operation would be dangerous, why she's also there. Lavinia, Ufufu, she must be worried about the other you, seeing his wrathful expression was any indication. Issei, she's right, knowing the history of you and those people, my other probably joined to keep you in check. While Tobio can't help but blush embarrassed seeing that she was right. Suzaku, giggle, well, it's been a while since we teamed up doing something, maybe all of us should do team bonding exercises later? While the rest of Team/Dog nodding with a grin on their face. Kuroka, moo, when other us will have an appearance, Naya. Biko, you're right, where is the other us? Arthur, honestly I admit, I'm also curious about the other us whereabouts. Le Fei, same with me too, brother. Valet, meh, It's useless asking that question, Skeet-san? San in Corbenik-san response probably is. DX cast. Sorry, no spoilers. While Skeeth and Corbenik are cackling in their seat while ignoring most of the DX cast deadpan expression before everyone continues watching the viewing. Issei, well, I wish all of you luck with your endeavor to apprehend and deliver justice to those who were responsible. Anyway, it's getting late. You both should take a rest. Seeing me and Vala begin our lesson teaching you guys Rokushiki tomorrow. Akino, hi sensei. With both her and Barakil give a nod. With Issei also returning his own nod before turning back heading towards him and Vala room to prepare for tomorrow's lessons while both Barakil and Akino were watching Issei back until his figure disappears from their sights before Barakil spoke with a teasing tone towards Akino. Barakil, you like him Akino? Akino, yes I truly is. Reply without thinking before realizing what she just said making her blushing red, Otosan and Obaka. Which she immediately proceeded to punch Barakil right in the gut making him fall to the ground clutching his stomach wheezing in pain before she running away from the area while holding her blushing face. Barakil, shakily make a thumbs up while grinning, W worth it. With Xiaticus together with Goru, Lord Phoenix, Lord Citri, Lord Agar's high five with Barakil feeling a sense of brotherhood with each other before being pulled on their ear by their annoyed wife for being childish. While the rest of DX cast let out an amused chuckle seeing that. After managed to catch his bearings and got up, Barakil were thinking to himself feeling grateful for Issei. Barakil, thank you Issei-san for helping repair my relationship with my daughter helping us to uncover the truth, for that I am eternally grateful towards you. Barakil turns away before leaving the area. A day later with the scene showing Vala who was laughing his ass off seeing that those who were learning Saru from Rokushiki can't help but continuously hit face first towards the trees or boulders making a comical sight while Issei also tried to keep his cool from laughing before falling and also joined Vala laughing seeing that Azazel accidentally overdo it making his head lodged inside a boulder with him struggling to get out. With the rest also joined both Issei and Vala laughing seeing Azazel predicament before Tannen feeling mischievous decided to record Azazel predicament as blackmail materials. Screen close. With nearly everyone is already laughing their ass off after seeing the other Azazel's situation, while Azazel himself was shrinking further in his seat from embarrassment. Shemhazai, ha 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 dude literally become a stone head ha 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 ha. Issei, sorry sensei, but it was too damn funny. Bova, damn. Never thought father had it in him. Kromkruch, yeah me too, even I'm surprised seeing he do that ha 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 ha. Tannen ha ha ha. I'm even more surprised than you, but who wouldn't ha 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 ha. Biko, I already record that. Anyone want some copies? Only 1,000 yen each. With nearly everyone lined up paying for their own copies. Azazel, no way it was worth only 1,000 yen. Surely it wasn't that cheap. Pretty sure I was worth more than that. With most of DX cast was silent before Valley representing them replied back with blank tone. Valley, yes it was, that's how much you are worth. With Azazel can't help but coughing imaginary blood from shock before got pierced with countless amounts of emotional damage arrow making a pincushion of him. While Skeeth and Corbenik slam a slipper on the table before shouting. Skeeth, Corbenik, emotional damage. After everyone finally calmed down before Sirzech spoke seriously. Sirzech still, another thing we should be thankful for after seeing this viewing. Ajuka. Yeah, first the truth about Excalibur, Kokubio real motives and his future visions. Michael, then about Tsukasa himself. Making the most of DX cast shiver remembering how easily Tsukasa massacred their alternate future self without trying. Seraphal, also Diodora methods of gaining his peerage members. Dulio, plus possible corruption on the Vatican. Griselda, that needed to be addressed when we get back. Odin, then both Merlin and Morgan decided to show themselves and finally. Azazel, the truth about what happened that night. Barakil, I'm glad we finally managed to find out how that incident truly happened. Guess another change is that my other self and other Akino relationship was fixed earlier than ours. Akino, yeah, I'm glad for them. With Skeeth getting up stretching a bit with both? And Corbenik do the same. Skeeth, well, the three of us have some matters to do. We will be back by tomorrow. Corbenik, see ya. With three of them leave the house heading to unknown destinations. While the rest of DXD cast let out a shrug before go to the kitchen to prepare for the dinner. Scene change simulation room wasteland area. Scene showing Ritsuka, Olga, Shiro and Romani was on their knees gasping for breath while their opponent also in the same state albeit to a lesser extent. Ritsuka, seriously, how tough is this guy? Olga, no matter how much we hit him, he keeps getting up, not even with Seema. Romani, seriously not gonna lie, if this guy exists in Throne of Heroes, he could easily become a grand servant. Shiro agreed, and this was just a younger version of him. Challenger? Well, it was a fun fight, but it's about time for me to wrap it up. Come forth. Bahamut brought out a red orb and tossing it to the sky before it shined brightly illuminating the entire area. While Ritsuka, Olga, Shiro and Romani are already brought down to their knees feeling an intense amount of mana in the air before they see a dragon in front of their eyes above their opponent. Ritsuka, gulp down saliva, uh-oh. This is not gonna be good. Romani, you think? And before they can do anything, the dragon already flies up to the sky reaching above the atmosphere by barely a second with the space around it broke into pieces being unable to handle the amount of mana being released from the dragon. Olga, is my eyes playing with me? Did the space of reality around it broke into pieces, like a glass breaking? While the other three were also in a state of disbelief seeing that before the said dragon took a breath with the four of them can feel the mana around them being sucked into the dragon mouth forming a sphere pulsating with energy, while the four of them can easily see the gigantic sphere of energy above the atmosphere from where they are. Challenger? Well then Bahamut, Mega Flare. Mega Flare. With the dragon unleashing the sphere of energy to the four of them at high speed with merely a second before impact was Shiro immediately got up before shouting. Shiro, RHOAIS. While using all of the magical energy he got in hope to defend against the gigantic sphere of energy, forming a shield of 7 petals made of light to stop the incoming attack. But it was futile seeing how the gigantic sphere of energy easily broke through each of the shield layers shocking Shiro. Shiro, how, wide eyes in disbelief seeing how RHOAIS didn't stand a chance at all defending against the attack. Before the attack connects after making an impact to four of them forming a gigantic explosion from where the four of them previously stood. Scene showing the four of them on the ground barely conscious while their bodies are full of injuries having managed to survive the said attack thankfully from Shiro RHOAIS having managed to reduce some of the damage. Conflict resolved. Challenger? Oh yeah, twirling his sword before putting it on his back before rubbing his nose while grinning. Well that's it, it was a good fight. Oh I nearly forgot to introduce myself, my bad, the name is Zach Fair, see ya. With their opponent now which is now named Zach Fair waving towards them before dematerializing with the surroundings area also returned back into the battle chamber they are previously at. Ritsuka can't help but smile despite feeling pain all over his body before muttering to himself, Zach Fair huh, I will definitely remember that name. While the other three also nodded in agreement with him. Scene change unknown location. Scene showing Skeeth and Corbenik finished munching their popcorn after they were done watching Ritsuka, Olga, Romani and Shiro fight against Zach Fair before the three of them turned towards the readers. Skeeth, well, sorry for waiting everyone, in these 2 weeks I'm kinda busy with work, that's why I'm late posting this chapter. Honestly I'm almost done with this chapter last week. Planning to write in just 5,000 words at most, but seeing that I feel that I failed you guys for not posting this chapter in time, I decided to write a bit more longer around more than 9,000 words to make up to everyone, so I hope everyone would be satisfied with my way of apology. Now go take a rest, you took a whole day writing to finish this chapter. Skeeth, nope, not yet, I'm gonna finish my dailies of FGO, Nick, Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves first, then I sleep. Corbenik, facepalm hearing that, dude seriously? You promise you gonna go rest after you done doing all that? Skeeth, promise, but first I'm gonna eat first. Brought out a chimichanga eating it, by the way here. with Skeeth getting before throwing bunch of pictures for readers to see before he being followed by. And Corbenik leaves through the portal. EP 59, Loki attacks. Snorts yeah right, like he could. Scene change hospital area on Skeeth domain. Scene showing Ritsuka, Shiro, Olga and Romani regain their consciousness from their slumber, and noticing that the four of them were inside a hospital room and noticed that the four of them were covered in bandages all over their body. Ritsuka, wait, when did we get here? Sounds of the door opening. With the four of them turn their head to see towards who was at the door, revealing Skeeth himself, who waved at them. Skeeth, yo, and for your question Ritsuka, it was me who brought all of you here. Took a seat at one of the empty seats. Romani, thank you Skeeth-san for bringing us here to recover. With the other three also expressed their thanks for Skeeth's help. Skeeth, you're welcome. Got a feeling I needed to check the simulation battle arena when coming back, feeling that most of you if not all of you would probably bite more than you guys can chew, and I was right. Make deadpan face, remembering nearly if not everyone who uses the simulation battle arena yesterday was heavily injured before he. And Corbenik proceeds to haul all of them to the hospital. Mini flashback showing after putting everyone who was unconscious and heavily injured into a stasis spell, the three of them threw all of them into a pile on top of a large wheelbarrow before Skeeth. And Corbenik hauls all of them to the hospital to be treated. Shiro, well, it was mostly our fault for trying to attempt an EX rank challenge knowing that it would be hard. Skeeth, I see, smirks. Sue, how was it fighting against Zack? Ritsuka, oh, it was totally awesome, dude was totally tough. Olga, pouting a bit, yeah, even after being hit with Grand Chariot or Sema, he can still get up like it wasn't a big deal. Ritsuka, chuckle awkwardly, why yeah, considering how big the meteor Olga-chan summoned, the rest of us are completely caught off guard seeing him get up easily just like that after being hit with that meteor. With the other three nodding in agreement, while remembering the scene. Skeeth, chuckle, well, considering he used to fight against monsters capable of summoning comets and meteors on a daily basis back then, it was basically like a normal Tuesday to him. Shiro, and the one we fought was the younger version of him, huh? Romani, now I can see why the three of you respect him. I can't help but feel that the guy can easily become friends with any of us. Ritsuka, indeed, the guy has certain air around him that makes you want to become friends with him. Bet the others at Chaldea would easily become friends with him. Chuckle imagining that. Skeeth, well, glad that you thought about it that way. Olga still. Skeeth-san, I got a question to ask. Skeeth, HM? What is it? Olga, I'm kinda curious how strong the older version of him is. Ritsuka, Olga-chan is right. I'm also curious too, if a younger version of him was already that strong, how strong is his older self? Romani, both of them are right. Even a younger version of him was already that tough, especially the dragon he summoned. Not gonna lie, I know that he came from a different reality considering that from our reality, there's no dragon named Bahamut in our reality except the gigantic fish from Arabian mythology that holds the similar name. Shiro, and there's also the dragon he summoned too, during my experience as, you guys know what I mean, with the others nodding knowing what he is talking about, I never met such dragon at all. Skeeth, chuckle, I know that you four would be curious and I'll explain a little bit, but I'll talk about Bahamut first. Bahamut was a summoned being from the world where Zack came from, or parallel worlds similar but also different from his. And for how Zack gained such being as one of his summons, he beat it in one-on-one battle. That's how he got Bahamut as his summons after it acknowledged his strength. Ritsuka, damn, I can already imagine the battle that took place when it happened, must be epic. Shiro, guess that explains how tough he is, the guy probably receives enough of. Skeeth, Mega Flare. Shiro, yeah, Mega Flare, to build his endurance to ridiculous levels. Romani, chuckle, bet his endurance would at least A++ rank, at least borderline EX rank if he was a servant. Shiro, agreed, considering how that attack tore, Row Ajax, easily just like that, it's plausible. Wince while cursing his luck, remembering being hit with Mega Flare, seeing that he was at the front and being hit first before others. Olga, wait a minute, summons, gasp, don't tell me he has other different kinds of summons at his disposal too. With the other three widen their eyes in shock after realizing what Olga was talking about after they remembered the way Skeeth worded his words. Skeeth, yup he does, the version of Zack you guys challenged back then currently has two. I won't tell what the other one was, just try to attempt that challenge again if you guys are curious. Chuckle. While the four of them can't help but give Skeeth a deadpan stare for suggesting that. Skeeth, and the older and stronger version of Zack has more, but I wouldn't recommend that for now. If you guys want to challenge it, I recommend you Romani to go into your Solomon form to have a better chance to fight against the older and stronger version of Zack. Romani, reply with a serious face HM, he must be that strong if you recommend me to go into my true form huh? Skeeth, grin, of course, after all, he fought and won against the physical manifestation of the will of the planet, and the planet Zack was from was also coincidentally named Gaia. With the four of them immediately widened their eyes in shock hearing that. Four of them, excuse me wait what? A while later after the four of them calmed down from their outbursts, but they are still in a state of disbelief. Shiro, if I don't hear it from your mouth Skeeth-san, I probably wouldn't believe it. Romani, grimace, now I can understand why you recommended that I use my Solomon form to fight against the stronger version of him. Olga, not to mention what kind of other summons he has at his disposal, shivering remembering how just one Megaflare was already destructive enough, and hope that there's no other stronger version of attack than Megaflare. While the other three coincidentally think the same thing as Olga too remembering how destructive Megaflare was. Skeeth, shake head amused knowing what the four of them were thinking about before thinking to himself, oh boy, you four have no idea. Good luck surviving orbital bombardment from Bahamut Fury Exaflare if you guys decided to challenge the stronger version of Zack. Ritsuka, S still, how did he manage to do that? Skeeth, grin, well, that's a secret. Thinking to himself while sweat drops, not like you guys gonna believe me if I told you guys, I mean, who would believe that someone defeated a physical manifestation of the will of the planet just by merely throwing money or just punching it in the face? Shiro, well, if you wouldn't tell us, we understand, now we just need to rest to recover from our injury. With the other three nodding in agreement. Skeeth, well, take a rest, I gotta attend to my guests, and Roman, you got visitors. Romani, huh? With the door open suddenly showing a woman and two children who rushed into Romani's arms while crying being worried about Romani's injuries before scolding him for being an idiot. I'm sorry that I forgot to explain about this matter back then. This version of AI Hoshino together with Aqua and Ruby come from the timeline where Goro Amamiya and Serena Tenduji didn't reincarnate into this version of both Aqua and Ruby, so both Aqua and Ruby is their own person. The three of them have borderline similar life to original version, but sorry to break this news to you guys, from the timeline where the three of them came from, the stalker after killing AI, he immediately killed both Aqua and Ruby too. Skeeth, turn to the readers and fellow authors. Yeah, I know that most if not all of you are pissed off after reading the above paragraph about this version of AI, Aqua and Ruby background and unfortunate fate. Here's the coordinate where I put the bastard. I already make sure the bastard won't die no matter how much punishment and torture you guys inflicted towards the bastard. Make a savage grin after showing the readers and fellow authors the coordinate of the place where he put the stalker for everyone to torture. Write/comment in this paragraph if you guys want to torture the stalker. Skeeth, still talking with readers, well, guess I have to explain a little. As you guys know, Romani was in a relationship with AI, and after finding out that she has children of her own, Romani still accepts her as girlfriend soon to be wife and both Aqua and Ruby as his own children too, and they are happy as family. Now me and Corbenik are planning for Romani and AI marriage to seal the deal. If you guys want to join planning Romani and AI marriage, all of you are welcome. With Skeeth returning his attention to flustered Romani who tried his best to calm down and assure AI, Aqua and Ruby that he was alright. AI Baka. Do you know how worried I am when I heard you were admitted to hospital Roman-kun, crying on Romani's chest still worried about his well-being. Aqua, Mama is right, Papa is an idiot. Pulling Romani hairs making him cry out in pain. Ruby, Papa no baka, you make Mama cry, trying her best to hold back tears. With Roman can't help but feel an imaginary arrow etched with the word idiot strike him right in the gut after being told that by his adorable son and daughter. While those who were watching can't help but chuckle seeing that before Skeeth got up from his seat before waving to everyone else, and leaving the room heading back home to attend to DXD cast for another viewing. Olga, well, as an idiot he is, I'm glad that Roman found his own happiness too. Ritsuka, yeah me too Olga-chan. With both of them hold hands with each other while blushing. Meanwhile with Shiro who can't help but feeling awkward feeling that he was the third wheel in the room. Skeeth, sweat drops before muttering silently to himself, is this how mobs in the rom-com feel when watching male and female lead romantic moments? Scene change Skeeth house kitchen area. Scene showing the rest of DXD cast currently was having lunch while waiting for their hosts to join them. Vale, well then, guess it was the time huh, I'm interested how me and Hayadu other self gonna deal with Loki. Fenrir bark, rough, special translation, who knows, just watch and see. Tannen, seeing that our other self is stronger than us, they surely would have an easier time compared to us, grin, never thought that I would see that a version of me would be under their tutelage especially Issei, how interesting that our position was reversed in that world. Krom Kruch, ha! Indeed it is, I'm not surprised if somehow your other self would reach Heavenly Dragon's level and power in the future after hanging out with them. Tannen, ha ha ha, thank you for your kind words my friend, if that was true, grin excited, I have to train harder to keep up with my other self. Issei, Yuwa, that's gonna be awesome, I wish you luck Tannen-asen. Bova same with me dad, you can do it. Dre, gahahaha. This is gonna be exciting. I will wait for that day to come Tannen. Albion, indeed, it would be a nice addition to Heavenly Dragon rank. If Krom Kruch can reach the Heavenly Dragon rank, you too can do it too Tannen. Vritra smirks, well, guess I also cannot sit idly then. Genturu, wait Vritra. Don't tell me that you also. Vritra, quahahaha, as you guessed, I am also planning to train myself to reach Heavenly Dragon rank too. Genturu, yuh. This gonna be epic, I believe in you Vritra, you can do it. Tannen, well then Vritra. Vritra, how, what is it Tannen? Tannen, considering that both of us are planning the same thing, how about after this viewing we spar for old time's sake? Vritra, quahahaha. Challenge accepted. With both Tannen and Vritra give a challenging smirk towards each other. Great red gahahaha. This gonna be interesting, seeing that you are both planning to reach Heavenly Dragon rank, guess watching all these viewings was a blessing to us all. Ophis, Baccarat is right, we learn and see many things since watching all these viewings. Lilith, and it was thanks to Issei and I, making it possible for all of us to experience this viewing. With everyone else except Issei can help but nodding in agreement with her. While Issei can help but feels something inside of him about to awaken after hearing Lilith calling him that. While with Sirzech, Serafal and the rest of the older siblings in the room can help but think the same thing. Sirzech, Serafal and older siblings, I can feel it, a new comrade is about to be born. Issei, maybe it was just me, but I can't help but I'm gonna pity Loki after watching today's viewing. Vali, well, he probably deserves it. Skeeth, well, both of you are right. And it would be a good show to see. Corbenik, indeed it is. Immediately most of the DXD cast jumped from their seats screaming in shock after being caught off guard seeing that Skeeth and Corbenik was already sitting at the seat reserved for them without DXD cast noticing, while the rest of DXD cast are rubbing their chests trying to calm down their beating hearts from the unexpected jump scare, while the hosts just casually gave a wave to them while wearing a smirk on their face. Sirzech, phew, I didn't even notice that you three have already arrived. Shiva, indeed, how you three managed to do that I never knows. Skeeth, well, we already arrived when Tannen expressed his plan of training to reach Heavenly Dragon rank level. And it was quite rude of us to interrupt, so that's why we decided not to speak until now. Corbenik, noticed that everyone had already finished eating, well, let both me and to wash the dishes, you guys follow Skeeth to the viewing room, both me and will follow shortly after. With everyone already arrived at the viewing room taking their own seats before Fenrir does the honor using its paw taking the remote and starting the viewing. Screen open. Scene change battlefield. Scene showing everyone just arrived from the transportation spells except Issei and Vala who already arrived beforehand and hiding in the meantime, and watching everyone eventual showdown with Loki before joining. Issei, what? Why weren't the other us wasn't there helping them? Valley shrugs, dunno, probably they just wanted to see how it goes before they intervene. Rias, or maybe they both want to catch Loki off guard, I think, just to give him a sense of security, thinking that those who were against him were only those in front of him, and there's no other reinforcement. Skeeth, bingo Rias-san, you're right about that, here's some cookies, snap his fingers making a big bundle to white chocolate cookies appear in front of startled Rias. Rias, thank you Skeeth-san. Nod dumbly feeling grateful for the gesture and proceeds to take some eating it before sharing the cookies with everyone else. Skeeth, turn to readers, yeah I know all of you find it weird why I treat Rias in a good way. For everyone information, there's no bashing and you guys can see that there's no bashing tag, except the bad guys will get the bashing, while there's probably some teasing, roasting, burning or humbling the DXD characters where nearly no one was spared. And Rias and the rest of former harem members got enough lessons learning from their mistakes already. With both of them watching the group fighting against Loki for quite a while, holding him off, giving him no chance to summon Fenrir. Loki, enough, spread both of his arms out, unleashing a shockwave, launching everyone away. I admit, despite such meager forces all of you have saved for the former Dragon King and the lightning of biblical god, all of you fought bravely against this god, Loki, fwahahaha. Rossweisse, Loki-sama, do you despise the alliance so much to make you want to kill Odin-sama? Loki, shut up you mere Valkyrie. This alliance was pure humiliation to US Norse gods if I let that fool Odin to succeed. Compared to US superior beings, those who came from the three factions wasn't worthy to stand on same the ground like US. With Odin together with Baldur, Thor and Vidar turned to the rest of DX cast assuring them they doesn't even thought like that before saying that only Loki who thought that way. Rossweisse, but Loki-sama, this alliance is important for us and the rest of the Norse. It will also bring prosperity to the Norse and the rest of the world. Loki, shake head in pity you poor Valkyrie, guess the fool Odin way of thinking has affected you too. I decided. I shall bring an end to Odin and bring Ragnarok to the world. With Loki proceeds to arrogantly brag about how he's gonna kill Odin, bringing Ragnarok to the world. Odin, sweat drops, okay, that was quite chatty of him. Berkeel, also sweat drops, my guess after seeing that there's no red dragon and white dragon assisting them like us, he thinks that the forces that were sent against him stand no chance against him. While the rest of DX cast watching can't also help but sweat drops too, seeing Loki bragging arrogantly like an idiot. While Issei eyes are twitching annoyed hearing Loki bragging to the group. Issei, okay that's it, brought out Mjolnir replica enlarging it before heading towards the unsuspecting Loki. Vala, chuckle, well, guess it's time for me to join too then. Notice that there's a piece of rock beside him that was strangely is in certain shape, making him grin evilly before crouching down picking it up. Thor, oh. I don't like that grin. Baldur, why can't I help but feel that Loki's gonna be humiliated so bad after this for the rest of the viewing? Vidar, yep, same with me. I can feel it too. While Fenrir starts grinning maliciously for unknown reasons to others, making some feel disturbed seeing its grin. LeFay, brother, why Fenrir suddenly grinning like that? Arthur, I don't know my sister. Maybe we will know Fenrir reason after seeing what's gonna happen next. Azazel, I wonder what the rock shape is to make other Vala smile like that. Biko, I don't know seeing that the screen doesn't show us what the rock shape is, but brought out his video recorder and camera. I can feel there's something hilarious incoming, grin excitedly. While the childish ones in the room also can't help but grin excitedly wondering what is going to happen next. While in the middle of his bragging, without Loki realizing it, Issei already appears beside him with the Mjolnir replica already in mid-swing towards Loki. Issei, ye yap too much. Loki, wah. Bam! With Loki unable to react in time before getting hit with the hammer launching him away, embedding him inside of one of the rock formations in the area, While those who were watching, even though that they know that Issei and Vali will lend their help, they can't help but get caught off guard with how fast the exchange happened in front of their eyes. Narrator, home run! Thor, brought out 10 out of 10 scoreboard, nice one. Odin, ouch, even I doesn't wish to get hit with that strike, that looks painful as heck. Baldur, who wouldn't? Issei, no mercy as usual, ha other me, sweat drops. Vali, indeed, the guy probably didn't expect that. Great Red, munching popcorn while already wearing 3D glasses, damn, that was good. While both Drake and Albion already follow Great Red lead munching popcorn and wearing 3D glasses of their own, making others sweat drops watching their antics. Right after that, dark silhouette of Loki with a white bandage on its head together with some words besides it appeared on the bottom left of the screen for those who were watching to see. Loki owned count 1. Narrator, gasp in shock, Mama Saka, ITS the legendary owned count. I never thought I would see it happens in front of my eyes after taking this job. Kukukukiyaki, laughing creepily to himself, feeling giddy about what's about to come before start moaning like a certain green-skinned man. While most of DX cast can't help but feel creeped out after hearing narrator creepy laugh, especially his moaning sounds. Issei let out a shudder, not gonna lie, that was creepy as hell laugh if I ever heard one. Sirzech, yeah, it was really disturbing. Vali, and why the hell the narrator suddenly started moaning like that? Ajuka, grimacing, that is the most unholiest sound I have ever heard in my entire life. Shiva, and I don't think anything can top that ever. With the rest DX cast nodding in agreement, remembering how disturbing narrator moaning sounds are. Azazel, and why the hell I can't help but imagine the narrator are currently hugging himself with delight right now while laughing and making those moaning sounds right now. While most of DX cast can't help but glare at Azazel for being an idiot like usual. Kokabil, you idiot, did you have to put that image into our heads, huh? Took out one of his shoes before throwing it at high speed to Azazel's head, making him let out a yelp before catching back his thrown shoes after it bounced back at him from the impact. Barakil, brought out 10 out of 10 scoreboard, nice one bro. While with Skeeth and Corbenik was conversing with each other without DX cast noticing. Oi Skeeth, wasn't the narrator you hire was already rehabilitated after being one of Zarbon victims back then? Skeeth, welp, sure the guy already recovered, but the damage is already done, considering he was one of Zarbon's earliest victims. No way there are no lingering damage despite he already gone into rehab, and it was Zarbon. Do I need to explain? Corbenik, point taken, it was Zarbon after all. With 3 of them nodding in agreement with each other, knowing that things related to Zarbon is best left unchecked for everyone's sanity. Sudden scene change, Earth 616, New York. Scene showing everything was still in chaos with Zarbon standing on top of the piles of his victims, and currently moaning at top of his lungs while still playing with his nipples, terrorizing any poor sap who entered his line of sight. While Red Skull let out a whimper, realizing that he would be the moaning monster next victim, seeing that its attention was currently zeroed at him. While Deadpool was holding a video recorder recording video of Zarbon terrorizing Red Skull while watching Deadpool and Wolverine, he starred back then on his smartphone before let out an impressed whistle. Deadpool, damn, I did good. Back to present. Loki managed to recover his bearings and get out from the inside of the rock formation before shouting indignantly, "Who dares?" Right after he managed to utter 2 words, there was some object that was thrown at high speed to the inside of his mouth, shutting him up with the object stuck inside his mouth with some part of the object stuck around his throat too. Loki owned count 2. With Loki losing his balance from the unexpected attack before losing control of his flight spell and falling to the ground, making large dust clouds. Loki owned count 3. Let's just say, most of DX cast are already laughing their ass off seeing Loki bad luck with Great Red, Issei, Vali, Biko, Genshiru, Azazel, Sirzech, Serafal, Odin, Thor, Baldur and Vidar being the loudest. Issei, gahahahahaha, holy shit, what did the other you throw at him, Vali? Vali, no idea, but it's hilarious, ha 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 ha. Baldur, oh man. It's been a while since I see Loki being made fun of. Ha 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 ha. Thor, true that. Fwa ha 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 ha. While those who were watching can't help but wince seeing how Loki was treated like a hitch. Well, he's a fate hitch, so it fits though. Before the smoke cleared out and to everyone's eyes, Loki was struggling to pull out the object before succeeding, revealing the object was a piece of rock that was somehow in the shape of a hick. Narrator, with tone of disbelief while also struggling to holding back his laugh, holy shit, did the guy just deep throat a bucking rock dildo? Q. Most of DXD cast spat out their drink hearing that before bursting out laughing again. Cookie, rock dildo, ha 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 ha, fall to his sides from laughing too hard. Biko, continuously patting Vala's shoulder, dude, how the hell did the other you manage to find a rock with that shape? Ah ha 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 ha. Odin, ha 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 dash, start wheezing before falling unconscious. Again. With Balder, Thor, and Vidar start pumping Odin's chest to bring him back while they are still laughing. Zeoticus, chuckle, as amusing this is, I'm glad that Skeeth-san already took precautions to filter any curse words and any indecent situations so that the childrens wouldn't hear or see it. Venelana, shaking head from exasperation, you're right dear, it would be a bad influence to Milika's and other children's in the room. While the strange-shaped rock was entirely covered with Loki's saliva, making most that see the rock conditions can't help but gagging, feeling disgusted. And most of DX cast also can't help but feel disgusted seeing that. Issei, gagging, damn it, that was disgusting as hell. Vali, with green face from disgust, no need to point it out, Captain Obvious. Narrator, bruh, how the heck there are so much saliva? Guess what, nope, just nope. Better not to ask. While most of DX cast have their faces turned green after hearing narrator words before some had enough and rushing to the bathroom to throw up before returning back watching the viewing. Loki crushed the rock on his hands while shaking uncontrollably in rage, Wudar. With Loki immediately stopped talking, feeling that something had just hit his right cheek before he shakily brought his right hand up, touching what is it that just hit his cheek, revealing that it was a piece of chewing gum that was covered in spit, making he look at it in disbelief. While there's a stray tumbleweed rolling in the background for how silent the situation is except the sounds of someone who is currently chewing a chewing gum. Loki owned count 4. Biko, that was an epic level of disrespect if I ever seen one. Issei, with blank tone, guess we don't need to guess who's the culprit. While Vala can't help but let out defeated sigh, knowing that it was his other self that was the culprit. With the screen camera focusing on the culprit, revealing Vala, who was currently chewing all pieces of his chewing gum in his mouth without care in the world. Loki, so it was. Before Loki finishes speaking, Vala spits out all the chewing gums in his mouth in rapid succession 8 times, with each of the spitted out chewing gums hitting Loki right in the face, making it seem that Loki was wearing a mask made out of chewing gums. Loki owned count 5. Loki owned count 6. Loki owned count 7. Loki owned count 8. Loki owned count 9. Loki owned count 10. Loki owned count 11. Loki owned count 12. While the owned counter is rapidly rising with each hit. Narrator, it's rising! Moans. QDX cast can't help but shudder hearing the narrator moaning again. While Vala gives a mocking smirk to Loki, who is boiling in anger. Tannen, I'm glad he wasn't our enemy, and never thought I'm gonna say this, but he's a bucking menace. While the rest of the group can't help but nod dumbly in agreement with Tannen. Cookie, Biko, sure the previous one is an epic level of disrespect, but this is legendary epic level of disrespect if I ever seen one. Biko, yeah, I agree with ya. Tannen, as the other me just said, this Vala is pure menace. While most of DX cast also nod dumbly in agreement, while also being speechless with other Vala actions. Skeeth chuckled to himself before thinking, oh boy, we are just barely starting, my dear guests, you guys have seen nothing yet. With Loki letting out a roar of rage before charging at Vala, who disappeared from his line of sight before Vala suddenly appears in front of him before. Vala, calm down boy. Loki owned count 13. Giving him a slap in the face, making Loki fall to his ass, being stunned from the unexpected attack and insult. Loki owned count 14. Before Vala spits again at the down Loki right in the face. Loki owned count 15. Vali, I can't find a trash can. Looking around before seeing Loki's head, especially his hair, making him smirk evilly. Well, guess I found one. With Vala proceeds to throw the wrapper of his chewing gum into Loki's hair together with some other trash inside his pockets, making Loki's hair a mess. Loki owned count 16. And for a good measure, Vala spits again at Loki right at his hair before jumping back, regrouping with the group. Loki owned count 17. While Issei for the entire time was massaging his forehead, feeling exasperated with Vala antics. Meanwhile, Drake and Albion strike a conversation with each other with the telepathic link they share. Albion, I don't know whether to feel a headache or to laugh right now. Drake, meh, just settle for laughing instead, no need to think much about it, the guy deserves it. Albion, good point, as you said Drake, better enjoy it, now where's my pizza? Together with both dragons, the rest of past possessors of both boosted gear and divine dividing were enjoying themselves watching how Issei and Vala were going to deal with Loki. Issei, sweat drops, everyone's totally having fun, huh? Drake, yup, they surely did. Issei, seriously Vali, did you have to continuously humiliate that guy just like that? Vala, well, how should I put it, for some reason, the guy reminded me of that magma bastard, so why not? Issei, blinking his eyes hearing that before realizing Vala got a point, huh, now that you mention it, he reminded me of that magma bastard, I wonder why. Vali, shrugs, considering that magma bastard is Justice Hitch and this guy was a Fate Hitch, that is probably the reason I think. Loki, why you dare ignore and disrespect this great Loki? Already charging towards both Issei and Vala with both of his hands preparing some spells to attack both of them. Rias, Sensei, watch out. With the rest of the group about to intervene before. Issei, shut up, no one cares. Without looking back, Issei proceeds to give a backhand slap to Loki's face, making him comically spinning in the air from the force of the backhanded slap. Loki owned count 18. Vali, yep, adults are talking, stop yapping and go play somewhere else, boy. Loki owned count 19. With Vala did a spin before delivering a reverse roundhouse kick right at the still spinning Loki in the face, launching him away before he continued talking with Issei, reminiscing about their past adventures with Luffy and others. Loki owned count 20. With those watching can't help but when seeing the disrespect Loki got from the two brothers. Issei, is it wrong for me to feel pity for Loki now? Vala, you're not wrong, dude, even I can't but feel sorry for the guy. Odin, plus the own counter also didn't help, 2 sweat drops. While Fenrir was howling, Reed, laughing, on its back seeing Loki misery to the confusion of DXD cast except the smirking hosts that know its reasons. Issei let out a snort seeing that enraged Loki was charging at them again. Ugh, doesn't this guy know that people are busy talking? Remembered a certain move he learned, oh well, good thing I learned this move, perfect to deal with this guy. With Issei raising his hand up, concentrating a bit before creating a basket-sized ball made of ki above his palm. Issei, Sokoden. Rias, see? Wasn't that Yamcha's signature technique? Start blushing remembering that others are watching while grinning at her otaku moment. Like her other self on the screen, Rias also can't help but blushing embarrassed after being teased by others. With Issei throws the key ball at Loki, controlling it without looking, continuously hitting Loki all over his body, giving him no chance to retaliate. Vali grins after seeing what Issei just did, nice idea. I'm joining in too. With Vala also created a Sokoden of his own before throwing it at Loki, and together with Issei's own Sokoden hitting Loki all over. Barakil, I really hate to be in Loki position right now, that was completely humiliating. With others watching can't help but nod dumbly in agreement with him. While the owned counter is continuously rising with every hit without any sign of stopping. Narrator, damn, never thought that Sokoden can be used that way, huh? Dude totally got treated even lower than dirt, when seeing Loki got hit right at his ball. Ouch, even I can feel that. With DX cast especially, the men can't help but wince from phantom pain after seeing Loki get hit right at his ball. Kokabil, I'm glad that my other self was merely putting up an act, or he would be subjected to such treatment. Azazel, yeah? Other you literally dodged the bullet there. While Chow Chow and his group can't help but sweating nervously while hoping that their other self wouldn't be treated to similar treatment in future viewing. George, shit, other US are totally screwed, ain't it? Jean gulped down saliva, and considering from what we learned from Skeeth-san, that Issei was quite close with Yasaka, so… Heracles, we're done goofed. Cuckoo, I wish you luck, other me, Godspeed. With Loki, misery happened for quite a while before both Issei and Vala had enough and gave Loki one last hit in the before detonates, their key ball making an explosion, leaving Loki twitching on the ground, being covered in injuries. With the owned counter finally stopped, revealing the total count amount at Loki owned count, 100. Narrator, damn, that's quite a lot. Vala, Issei. Issei, what? Vala, considering that this guy was similar like that magma bastard, let's do the same move we do against that magma bastard to this guy. Issei, widened his realizing what Vala was talking about. No way, I refuse. It's embarrassing, you know. Vala, bah. Don't forget that back then you roped me to do the move with you, and you previously said you will definitely agree if I wanted to do the same move again in the future. Issei, G-U-H-D damn it, grumbling to himself, remembering that he did actually said that he will agree to do the move with Valley if he wanted to do the move again in the future. Drake, he got you there, don't tell me you will be chickened out and going back against your own words. Elsha, indeed, as Drake said, weird that you are embarrassed now when you're the one that always pulls all of those crazy stunts back then. Belzard, she's right, where's your youthful spirit, Issei? Most of the boosted gear past possessors, youth. Issei, okay. I'll do it. Happy now? With Issei letting out a defeated sigh, knowing that if he doesn't agree, the others would throw a ruckus non-stop. While Vala grin becomes wider, knowing that Issei has no choice but to agree of doing the move with him. Sirzech, I wonder what move is it to make other little brother become that flustered. Azazel, if the move the other Vala suggested for both of them to do was embarrassingly enough to make other say that flustered, this gonna be awesomely embarrassing for sure. While both Issei and Vala are desperately hoping that it wasn't truly the case. Biko, don't worry guys, I got my video camera and video recorder ready, grinning while giving thumbs up to everyone. While most of DX cast, especially the childish ones, returned a thumbs up of their own towards Biko while wearing a grin on their face. Vala, well, seems like someone can't refuse, eh? Issei, whatever, you'll say the line I said back then while I'll say yours. Valley, sure thing, I was planning to ask anyway. With both of them expelled a burst of energy, making it visible to those who were watching, with Issei aura being red while Vala was white before both of their aura lock Loki in place, making him unable to move. Albion, look how tables are turned. When thinking back, I can't believe that we both don't find humor with what they both used to do back then. Drake, indeed, we were totally grumpy back then. Albion, you're right, now from Vala Fizalian to Vala Schneider. Drake, and from Issei Schneider to Issei Fizalian, how the hell Issei managed to come up with those last names and also how to do those move, I'll never know. Albion, well, kids have tons of imagination cooking in their head, that is probably the case, plus hanging out with Luffy and others also didn't help. Drake, good point, Luffy and others, especially Luffy, Ace and Sable literally laughed their ass off when they both see that move. Narrator, with a tone full of disbelief, wait a minute. Schneider and Fizalian, don't tell me, start moaning in delight while hoping what he guessed is true. Issei, why does he have to keep moaning that way? Indra, sure he's excited, but why? Vishnu, better don't ask, some things are better left to unknown. While the rest of DX cast nodded in agreement, while trying to keep their uneasiness with narrator moaning sounds in check. While with Skeeth and Corbenik. Corbenik, or Skeeth, we should go visit the narrator you hire after this. Dude condition is already worsening. Skeeth, you guys are right, he's probably forgot to take his medication, I think. With three of them planning to visit the narrator home later to check on him. With Vala brought out a card out of nowhere before. Vala, let's do this. Hey, give me your body. No, that's all I need. Kiss on my lips to shut it up. Don't touch me. With both Vala and Issei jumping up to the sky while fully covered with their own aura. Issei, hey, I don't anything. Vala, any more about me? With both of them entering kicking positions and flying at high speed towards Loki, who was staring in disbelief of the ridiculous sight in front of his eyes, with him still being unable to escape from his binds. Issei and Vala, wow. With both Issei and Vala kick connected with Loki's face and immediately made a big explosion from the impact before the explosion died down, revealing Issei and Vali, bad communication. Both of them standing on top of unconscious Loki, with Vala seemingly shouting on a mic he got from nowhere, while Issei was playing an electric guitar he also got from nowhere. Loki owned count 200. Narrator, holy shit, they actually did that legendary move, oh my. With the screen thankfully closed down before the narrator starts moaning again. Screen close. Right after the screen closed down, nearly everyone burst out laughing after remembering the stupidly hilarious sight. Azazel, gahahahahaha. Did those two just did a parody of BZ? Sirzech, and I thought I already prepared myself, but those two literally caught me off guard, ha 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 ha. Seraphal, both of them are hilariously genius. Ha 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 ha. Tannen, sorry Vritra, but I don't think I can fight you today. That scene keeps repeating in my head for no reason. Hwa ha 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 ha. Vritra, kwa ha 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 ha. I don't blame you, even I don't think I can fight in this condition. That was one of the most stupid shit I ever seen in my life. Great Red, ha 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 ha. Holy shit. Did you manage to record that? Biko, sorry, but it was stupidly hilarious to the point I forgot to record that ha 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 ha. While Issei and Vala face are deep red from embarrassment after seeing what their other self just did, and it doesn't help that both Drake and Albion were also joining the laughing too. Drake, da ha 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 ha. Did anyone see the owned counter before the screen close? It immediately increased by 100. Ha 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 ha. Albion, well, considering that the move was stupidly hilarious, it was a good reason for the owned counter to increase that much, ah ha 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 ba ha ha. While with Skeeth and Corbenik, without the DX cast noticing, after they managed to calm down their laughing fit, they silently left the house to go somewhere else to visit someone. Scene change outside of the narrator house. Skeeth, well then guys, let's go check him out. With three of them going inside the house and heading towards where they sense the narrator are currently at, only to be greeted with the sight of the narrator, who was completely ecstatic and was only in his underwear, who was on top of the table twerking to himself and playing with his own nipples while moaning loudly to himself in a similar manner like Zarbin. Corbenik, oh shit. Holy shit, oh. Skeeth, what are you guys waiting for? Catch him. Bring him to the hospital. With the three of them immediately catch the narrator, putting him into a straitjacket before picking him up and sending him to the hospital for another rehab. Scene change, unknown location. Scene showing Skeeth and Corbenik walked out from a portal before facing the readers. Skeeth, well, sorry the mess just now, anyway, sorry for the late posting, my working shifts last week and this week a mess, always back to back giving me no time to write, was planning to write more in this chapter, but thinking if I write it too long, you guys would bored to read, so forgive me. Give an apologetic bow towards the readers. Who told you to have much fun when writing? Anyways, the next chapter would show more humiliation towards Loki. Hope you guys can wait patiently before this guy posted the next chapter, using his thumb gesturing towards Skeeth. Corbenik, and go take a rest Skeeth, you deserve it. Skeeth, nodding before yawning, yeah, you're right, anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this chapter, and here's some pictures for you guys to enjoy. I'm gonna go to sleep first, ciao. With Skeeth throws some pictures for readers to see before he opens a portal while yawning before going inside with, and Corbenik following suit. EP 60, behold. Bully Hayadu, have returned. Scene change, Skeeth realm, empty wasteland area. Scene showing Shiro together with countless amounts of Shiro faces are currently wearing some kind of armor while facing against a portal in front of them before Shiro turns around facing the others and starts giving a speech. Shiro, alright, I know that all of us hate each other's guts. Shiro, Saber, yeah, we sure are. Shiro, Lancer, indeed it is. Shiro, I twitches, let me finish talking, damn it. Shiro, Caster, oh ho, he's angry. Shiro, take a deep breath to calm himself. Anyway, let me continue, after Skeeth-san gives me an offer. Shiro, Rider, screw you, you damn favorite child, flip the bird. Shiro, Assassin, slap the back of Shiro, Rider, head shutting him up, shut up, damn it, let him finish talking first. Shiro, ahem, thank you for that, let me continue, an offer that will benefit all of us getting revenge against certain someone that all of us hate. After waiting patiently for Skeeth-san to craft this customized armor for all of us to use, finally the day has come. Shiro, Avenger bucking, yeah damn it. Finally! I've been waiting for this bucking day, ahahahaha. Shiro, Ruler, facepalm, ugh, can't this hothead stop cursing at all? Shiro, Moon Cancer, shrugs, can't blame him, you agree with him, and you know it. Shiro, Pretender, kukukuku, this is gonna be fun. Shiro, Foreigner, revenge shall be sweet. Shiro, Alter Ego, also the best dish served cold, give malicious smile. Shiro, Berserker, raarrgg. Shiro, continue talking after everyone already quieted down. Now, let the Operation RAZ begin. CHARRGGE. Shiro, Beast, let's bucking go. With Shiro together with the rest of all Shiro faces let out a battle cry of their own before charging towards the portal, getting inside it. Meanwhile, Ritsuka, Olga and Romani who were nearby were in a state of disbelief after seeing the crazy amount of Shiro faces. Ritsuka, and I thought Artoria's faces are already a lot. Olga, to think there are more Shiro faces. Romani, sure I found some before in talking with them, but I never thought there would be a summer version of each class too. Ritsuka, then Summer Altar, Halloween, Halloween Altar, Summer Halloween, and Summer Halloween Altar, then Santa, Santa Altar and Santa Summer, Santa Halloween, Santa Summer Altar, Santa Halloween Altar, even crazier, Santa Summer Halloween Hybrid together with Santa Summer Halloween Altar Hybrid 2 for each class, not to mention that there's even a Beast class version for Summer, Halloween and Santa 2. How the hell did Skeeth-san and Corbenik-san manage to find all of these Shiro faces? And why are none of them available for us to summon at all? Olga, I know that you told me about Santa, Summer and Halloween servants, but I never thought that there would be a combination of those type of servants. Romani, I guess their situation is the same as me, where Skeeth-san erases my record from Throne of Heroes and makes sure that Alea or Gaia wouldn't be able to do anything against them. Now I wonder who all of them are gonna take revenge on. Ritsuka, I think I know who, but maybe I'm wrong, but if I'm right, the one they go to took revenge on deserves it. With 3 of them decided to go somewhere else, seeing that they have nothing to do. Scene change, Skeeth house. Scene showing Skeeth who got inside the house before heading towards the game room where most of DXD cast are currently at. With Skeeth after arrived let out a chuckle, making his presence known after seeing that both Biko and Sun Wukong were fighting over the controller. Issei, oh! Skeeth-san! Welcome back! Skeeth, I'm back, let me guess, seeing that you guys are playing Warrior Orochi 2. Those 2 wanted to use Sun Wukong after you guys unlocked him, right? With Issei nodding, confirming Skeeth's question before he and others turned towards Sun Wukong and Biko that are still arguing. Sun Wukong, come on you brat. I deserve to use my own character. Biko, no way you old geezer, you already had your turn, now it's mine. While the rest of DXD cast can't help but sweat drops seeing both of them being childish. Skeeth, thinking with the sweat drops of his own, if those 2 see Black Myth Wukong. But there will be chaos on who to play it first. Michael, speaking of Skeeth Dano, where are both Dano and Corbenik Dano? Skeeth, chuckle, well, they both are currently taking care of someone in their house after we sent them to hospital for treatment in the meantime, so they both won't join us on today's viewing, but at the same time they technically are also watching the viewing too. While most of those that heard Skeith's words can't help but tilt their heads feeling confused. Skeith chuckled, well, you guys would know what I mean after this, come on, let's go, turn around before leaving the room heading towards the viewing room. With others shrugging their shoulders before dragging both Sun Wukong and Biko towards the viewing room. Scene change viewing room. Scene showing everyone currently was chatting with each in the meantime of waiting for the viewing to start. Fenrir, using its paw taking some popcorn eating it while wearing a shit-eating grin on its face, rough rrr waff, special translation, okay? When's the viewing gonna start? I've been waiting for the viewing like forever. While most of the others can't help but scoot away further from Fenrir feeling disturbed by it. With Thor and his brothers together with Odin are whispering with each feeling weirded out with Fenrir's excited state. Thor, okay, am I missing something here? Why the hell is Fenrir excited for some reason? Baldur, yeah, he's been like that since we watched the latest viewing. Vidar, especially since Loki started to get owned, wasn't he loyal to Loki? Odin, caressing his beard maybe like previous viewings, we will know something that we don't know, especially why Fenrir acted like that. Well, enough talking, seems like viewing is about to start, and honestly I can't help but anticipating it, don't lie, you guys are also can't wait to see how Loki would get humiliated further, wasn't? While Thor, Baldur and Vidar can't help but wear an eager grin on their face remembering how Loki got continuously humiliated in past viewing before taking their own bucket of popcorn, eating some of it, and focusing towards the screen. Screen open. While the others still have their mouths open, still speechless from what they just see before the silence are broken by furious Loki, who got up before expelling large amounts of energy, making Issei and Vala jump back before turning towards both them shouting furiously only. Loki, I had to be hit with an electric guitar that was thrown right to his face, effectively shutting him up. Loki owned count, 201. With Loki furiously throwing the electric guitar to the ground before stomping on it, destroying the electric guitar before looking up, roaring angrily before a microphone that is thrown towards his open mouth at high speed before gets lodged in his throat, making him fall to the ground from the unexpected attack while struggling to pull it out. Loki owned count, 202. With most of DX cast was laughing their ass off seeing Loki was given no chance at all and being continuously disrespected. Issei gahahahahaha, nice pitch other me, give thumbs up to the screen. Vali, grinning amused, heh, the same thing can be said for the other me. Great red, ha 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 ha, nice aim. Drake, chuckle, shame that such a good electric guitar was destroyed in the process. Albion, its sacrifice shall be remembered, give a salute to the screen. With most of the men in the room following Albion lead, give a salute to the screen for the electric guitar unfortunate passing. While the females in the room can't help but sweat drops with the men's antics. Narrator, seriously dude, I know you're desperate for some action, but guess the rock dildo wasn't enough, and now he turns towards the microphone. Dildo, TSK TSK TSK, how disappointing. Sounds of someone's head got hit and followed with let out a yelp of pain. Corbenik, you idiot, did you have to put it that way, damn it? Now that image is stuck in my head. Sudden scene change. Narrator house. Scene showing both? And Corbenik sitting beside the narrator watching the viewing to comment while looking after the narrator so that his condition won't flare up again after bringing him back from hospital. Narrator, taking a deep breath to calm himself, phew, thank you for sending me to the hospital back then, if not, grimacing imagining the worst. And no problem, anyone would understand after knowing that you're a victim of, trailed off before stopping knowing that he said further wasn't good for the narrator health. Corbenik, here's a remedy for you to drink, give a cup of medicine for the narrator to drink, who thankfully accepts it before drinking it in a single gulp. With three of them focusing back on the screen preparing to comment on some scenes they found interesting. Back to present. Let it just be said the rest of DX cast jaw drops seeing that both and Corbenik joined the narrator commenting in the viewing, ignoring narrator and inappropriate comments from the shock. Azazel, so that's why you said it that way, Skeith-san. Sirzech, I never thought both of them would also join the narrator commenting on the viewing too. Skeith chuckled before replying, surprising ain't it? The reason is that if you guys remembered about what happened to the narrator in the last viewing, with DXcast nodding while shivering from uneasiness, remembering narrator excited state, especially his disturbing moaning sounds, me together with, and Corbenik after sending him to hospital for treatment, and bringing him back home, we decided that both, and Corbenik will look after the narrator until he's fully recovered, so that's why they both joined the narrator commenting on the viewing too. Dulio, whistle, not gonna lie, all of us were totally caught off guard hearing them joining the narrator commenting on the viewing. Griselda, yeah, indeed it is. Odin, grinning, okay, now this is getting me to look forward to hearing what their comments are in the viewing. Fafnir, ha, same with me. After a while of struggling, Loki finally managed to pull out the microphone from his throat. Let it just say that the microphone suffered the same fate as the rock dildo, with the microphone is being entirely covered with saliva, making some of those that watch the microphone state can't help but gag from disgust. Narrator, seriously, nope, no comment. Same with him, no comment too. Corbenik, some things are better left unsaid. Like those on the screen, the rest of DXcast also gagged from disgust watching the microphone state. Natsum, that was disgusting. Shigian Ulp. I can't hold it back, with her face turning green before throwing up in the bucket she's holding. Like a chain reaction, many others also throw up in the bucket they're holding before wiping their mouths, still feeling nauseous. With Loki after destroying the saliva-covered microphone in his hands before looking up after hearing the sounds of Vala screaming, and before he can react, he got hit by Vala, who somehow got thrown by Issei towards him, making both of them tumbling down several feet away from the impact, making a large dust cloud. Loki owned count, 203. Vala turned towards Issei, butting his head with him before shouting, "Why, you idiot! Did the other you have to throw other me away just like that?" Issei also shouting back, "So what? Besides, it's the other me fault, not mine. Besides, you look throwable anyway." Vala growling. Issei growling. While the others in the background are still laughing, remembering how the other Vala got thrown away just like a sack of potatoes, with Azazel and Biko laughing the loudest. Azazel, gahahahaha, that was priceless. Biko, dude got thrown away just like cannonball, lol, jahahahahaha. After everyone already calmed down, with Issei and Vala are being separated away by their comrades, everyone focusing back on the screen. With Vala after getting up shaking his head to clear the dizziness, he turned back towards Issei shouting in indignation. "Vala, dude, did you have to throw me away just like that?" Issei, "Oh sorry, I don't realize that I actually throw you away, Vali, my bad," turn his head away while whistling innocently to himself. Tannen, sweat drops, he's definitely not sorry at all. Barakiel, also sweat drops, he's totally did for sure. Like both of them, the others also sweat drops seeing that Issei doesn't look sorry at all. While Vala was still shouting indignantly towards Issei, he started stomping on the ground, several times, where every stomp weirdly enough produces the sounds of nuts being cracked open. Loki owned count, 204. Loki owned count, 205. Loki owned count, 206. Loki owned count, 207. Loki owned count, 208. Loki owned count, 209. Loki owned count, 210. Cookie, is it just me, but why does those stomping sounds ominous? Genturu, not just you bro, even I feel the same. Heracles, not to mention that somehow the owned counter was also rising with every stomp too. While for some unknown reason, all the males of DXcast can't help but feel the urge to cover their own crotch. Skeeth, chuckle, well, can't blame them. When the dust cloud is finally cleared up, it was revealed the ground Vala had been stomping the entire time was actually Loki's crotch, with Loki's face was totally pale, while he's letting out a silent scream in pain from all the stomping. Narrator, oh, so that's why there's a sound of nuts being cracked open. His nuts literally get cracked open, lol. Corbenik, well, just look at the dude's crotch, it was totally flattened out. With the screen focused towards Loki's crotch showing that it was indeed being flattened out from Vala's stomping. Well, no need to guess, the males of the DX cast immediately covered their crotch, feeling the phantom pain, and the sight of Loki's crotch being flattened out also didn't help, making some of them feel sorry for Loki. Shiva, ouch, even I don't wish such destruction to anyone else. Brahma, and I don't think the guy can create anything anymore after all that brutal stomping. Vishnu, yeah, pretty sure there's nothing left to be preserved and protected to use. Indra, grimacing while still wincing in phantom pain when covering his crotch, agreed. Look at how much it was flattened out. There's no way it was possible for the guy to be able to use it anymore. With every man gives silent prayer for Loki's brother. With Vala notice Loki condition, he can't help but give a smirk before bringing out his phone, doing a selfie giving peace sign while using Loki writhing form as a background. Vala, oh yeah, I'm gonna frame this. Loki owned count 211. Perfecto. Issei, sweat drops? San surely was having fun, eh? Goru, also sweat drops, he surely did, son. With Loki finally managed to get up proceeds to spread his arms out, making 13 portals appear around him before Fenrir, Skull, Hattie and 10 Midgardsorm clones came out of the portals snarling to the group. With those that participate with battle against Loki wide-eyed in shock, seeing that Midgardsorm clones was double of the amount than they experienced. Tannen, you gotta be kidding me, there's 10 of it, I twitching in annoyance. Kromkruch, meh, not like the guy got any chance at all. Great Red, yep, he's right, not like it makes any difference at all. Fenrir, woof, Rufger, special translation, as much as I hate to admit it, it is true. Valley, with blank face, why for some reason I feel that my other self is gonna do something stupid again. Issei, pat Vala's shoulder, just accept it, dude, it was inevitable. With Vala let out a defeated sigh while grumbling to himself. Skeeth, chuckle thinking to himself, well, he totally is for sure. With the exception of Issei and Vala, the others get into battle positions preparing to assist both of them before Tannen spat in disgust looking at Midgardsorm clones. Tannen, damn you Loki, how dare you clone Midgardsorm? Loki, fufufu, I was planning to bring out only 5, but seeing I've been pushed this far, I have no choice but to bring out the rest in the production. Shame that I'm unable to create more in time. If not, I would bring the rest to crush all of you, speak with trace of insanity in his eyes. Odin, with serious face, seems like there's also something we need to check when we get back. Thor, indeed, whether Loki also created more Midgardsorm clones like this version of him did or not, it's better to check to be safe than sorry. Barrakiel, this doesn't look good, Issei-san, Vala-san, both me and Tannen will try to hold back Fenrir together with both of the smaller Fenrir. Rias, while me and others will try to hold back all of the Midgardsorm clones. Sona, as Rias said, both of you can deal with Loki in the meantime. Rossweisse, Loki-sama has gone too far, just how much he hates this alliance to resort to this. While everyone is preparing to fight only to stop what they're doing after hearing Vala and Issei's conversation. Vala, Issei. Issei, what? Vala, I'm gonna get us some doggos as pets. Issei, excuse me, wait, what? Turned towards Vala while wearing an expression of disbelief. Without replying, Vala already disappeared from everyone's sight before appearing in front of Loki and Vala, solar flare, effectively blinding Loki together with his summons from the unexpected move. Valley, anyway, thanks for the doggos. With Vala grabbed both of the still stunned Skull and Hattie and throwing them to Fenrir before appearing beside them and touching Fenrir head, teleporting away to somewhere else using instant transmission. Loki owned count 212. With Issei let out a long groan with Vala's shenanigans. Issei, that idiot, what did I do to deserve this? While those inside Boosted Gear and Divine Dividing was laughing their ass off seeing Vala literally kidnap Fenrir and both of his sons easily just like that. With most of DX cast open-mouth gobsmacked, especially Fenrir seeing that Vala just kidnapped other Fenrir, Skull and Hattie easily just like that. Biko, holy shit, dude just kidnapped them. Azazel, ha 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 ha. First Ophis, now Fenrir and both of his sons got kidnapped too. That was epic. while Ophis puffed her cheeks annoyed of being reminded of her other self-embarrassing scene before throwing a pillow at Azazel, shutting him up. Fenrir, rough, grr. Special translation, interesting, now I'm interested in how this would turn out. With Loki after finally managed to recover his sight, he let out a roar of rage seeing that Fenrir with his sons got kidnapped right under his nose. Loki, RRARRGHHH. Kill them! Together with Midgard Sorma clones charged towards Issei and others. Issei, guess there's a change in the plan, everyone. Barakiel, then what should I do with this? Gesture to Gleipnir in his hands that he and others just brought out to use against Fenrir. Rossweisse, even I can't answer that. Issei shrugged, meh, as the saying goes. Random bullshit go. I'll leave the clones to all of you, for Gleipnir, just roll with it. With Issei jumped forward heading towards Loki while evading against Midgard Sorma attacks before grabbed one of the Midgard Sorma clones by the tail using it as a makeshift whip, slamming at Loki, launching him away before throwing the Midgard Sorma clone in his hand away at one of nearest rock formation, making it fall unconscious. Loki own count, 213. Tannen, boohahaha. He's right. Let's go everyone. Fly towards the rest of the Midgard Sorma clones battling against them. With everyone giving a nod to each other before following Tannen lead fighting against Midgard Sorma clones. Tannen, seems like our counterparts over there were stronger than us in the same time frame, seeing how they managed to perform better than us. Razor, by Razor guess, probably because they trained with both Issei and Vali there. Serorg, that is probably the case. Scene showing everyone currently making use of some of the Rokushuki moves they managed to learn to give them an edge in a fight. Tannen, here's some moves from me, proceeds to use Rankyaku several times with his legs before use his dragon breath, trapping 3 of the Midgard Sorma clones in place before following with Tekai, enhanced body tackle, ramming through 3 of the charred Midgard Sorma clones, turning them into bloody paste. Fuhahaha. How's that? Krom Kruich, grinning, having fun, my friend? Tannen, no comment, I don't know what you're talking about. Tiamat, so what with the grin on your face then? Raise eyebrows while smirking. Vritra, chuckle, she got you there, bro. Fafnir, busted. While Tannen was flustered being caught red-handed while Bova was struggling to hold back his laugh lest he got his kicked by his father. Barakiel, here goes, use Gleipnir as a lasso, trapping 2 of the Midgard Sorma clones. Akino. Rossweisse-san. Akino, let's go Rossweisse-san. Rossweisse, hi. With both Akino and Rossweisse lifting both of their hands up to the sky, creating a large magic circle on the sky, summoning a large bolt of lightning striking down the trapped Midgard Sorma clones, stunning them. Barakiel, and here's my turn. Send continuous surge of holy lightning through the Gleipnir he's holding, electrocuting them before both Midgard Sorma clones exploded from the overload of lightning. Kokabil, hey, you still got it, nice application of Gleipnir. Barakiel, chuckle, well, I have no intention of slacking off after all. Shuri, good job Akino. Akino, Fufu, thank you Oka-san. Issei, nice one Rossweisse, give thumbs up. Rossweisse, hee, thank you Issei-kun. While with both Rias and Sona who are flying side by side. Rias, you ready Sona? Sona, adjusting her glasses, well, you already can guess my answer, do I have to say it? Rias grin, well then, shall we? Sona smiles, let's. With both of them charged towards 2 of the Midgard Sorma clones, with both Rias and Sona face with one of the Midgard Sorma clones on their own, flying all over the Midgard Sorma clones, continuously bombarding them with spells weakening them further, while the Midgard Sorma clones try to attack them but to no avail due to size difference. Rias, take this. Charge towards the Midgard Sorma clones she's facing from the sky before delivering a downward spinning axe kick that was powered with unreleased Rankyaku and coated with concentrated power of destruction, making her look like a buzzsaws made of crimson energy, cutting through the head of Midgard Sorma clone to the end of its tail cleanly. Son smirks seeing how Rias disposed of the Midgard Sorma clone she's fighting before focusing back on the Midgard Sorma clone she's facing. Nice one Rias. But I'm not the one of going to be left behind. cover both her fists with Tekai and water energy before charging at her opponent and continuously hitting it all over its body before delivering a double upward moonsault kick to its chin, stunning it for a moment, while she flies a little bit away, making some distance. It's now or never, HAAA. And charge forward while concentrating. Tekai, on her right fist, giving an uppercut to the clone face before the concentrated water energy in her fist burst out, making the Midgardsorm clone head explode, instantly killing it. With both of them, after landing to the ground, walk to each other, giving a high five with smiles on their faces. Sarah fall, now that's MYSO-chan. Look how awesome she is! Excitedly hugging Sona, making her blushing red, embarrassed while struggling to get out but to no success. Sona, Oni-sama. Sirzech, now that's my awesome sister. Wearing a shirt and headband with Rias' face on it while excitedly waving a large crimson flag with words, "Rias is the best," for everyone to see. Rias, covering her red face, grumbling to herself from the embarrassment, just why an I-sama. Grayfia, that's enough, Sirzech-sama. Sighing before give a chop to the back of Sirzech head, making him fall face first to the ground. Milikas, poking Sirzech with a stick. Are you okay, Dad? Sirzech, still his face in the ground, gives a thumbs up while replying with muffled voice, "I'm okay, son, your dad got this." Meanwhile, their family was chuckling, amused, seeing what just happened. While with the rest of Gremry peerage together with Irina currently was attacking one of the Midgardsorm clones. Yuto, let's go everyone! Together with Gasper, Kaneko, Zenobia and Irina, 5 of them keep attacking the Midgardsorm clone while evading at the same time. Gasper, there, turn into a flock of bats circling around the Midgardsorm clone before each bats use their eyes, temporarily stopping the Midgardsorm clone in place. Kaneko, nice Gasper, yai, jump upward, clasping both of her fists powered with Tekai together before slamming it down at the Midgardsorm clone head, making it fall to the ground. Yuto, nice one, Kaneko-san. With Kaneko, give a thumbs up as response. Here goes. Use sword birth to continuously piercing the Midgardsorm clone body, making it look like a pincushion, while being unable to move and screaming in pain. Now Zenobia-san, Irina-san. Irina, hi, let's go, Zenobia-chan. Zenobia, let's go, Irina. With both of them gripped Durand out together by the handle, while Irina continuously pouring holy energy inside Durand, now strengthening it, while Zenobia also pouring all she got into Durand, now strengthening it further. Irina, this is Zenobia, our combined. Irina and Zenobia, power, hiya! With both of them doing a downward/releasing wave of destructive holy energy towards the weakened Midgardsorm clone, killing it. Issei did a victory fist pump. Oh yeah, that was awesome, guys. Give thumbs up to Irina, Zenobia, Kaneko, Yuto and Gasper, making them rub their head embarrassed. Rias, good job everyone, praising her peerage members for their other self feat. Griselda, hug both Zenobia and Irina with them, hug her back. I'm proud of you both. Kuroka, now that's my Chiron-chan. Naya, hugged an annoyed Kaneko while nuzzling her cheek with her annoying Kaneko further. While Issei was high-fiving both Yuto and Gasper, congratulating them. With the Midgardsorm clone that the rest of the Citri peerage are fighting, unleashing a blast of flames towards them. Tsubaki, like I'll let you, use Mirror Alice, absorbing the blast of flames before reflecting it back with double in power towards the Midgardsorm clone, stunning it while leaving it heavily injured. While Tsubasa and Ruruko were running on top of Midgardsorm clone body to its head before. Tsubasa, take this. Ruruko, hiya! Each of them punching it right in the eyes with Tekai covered fist, making it roaring in pain before they both jumping back, revealing Tomo, who was behind them this time in II position. Tomo, there. With she unleashed an II slash towards Midgardsorm clone eyes, blinding it, making it start thrashing around. Rhea, here's our chance. Let's go, Momo. Momo, got it. With both of them putting all they got, making a barrier trapping the thrashing Midgardsorm clone. Genturu, alright, my turn. Let me show you the results of my training, with he suddenly bursting into a large blaze of black flames before an eastern dragon made of black flames came out of pillar of black flames. Genchuru, Issei. Holy crap, dude managed to use that form earlier? Azazel, Kwahahaha. I already have my suspicion earlier seeing that other version of the kid was right there from the start, but to think my guesses is right where he completed his training earlier, now this is interesting. Shemhazai, guess it was thanks of the influence of other Issei and other Vala making everyone stronger earlier than ours. Dragon Genchuru, now die, took a deep breath before unleashing a burst of black flames towards the trapped Midgard Storm clone, killing it, leaving no trace of its existence at all. With Genchuru de-transformed back to normal and landing in hero pose before getting up, wiping a sweat. Genchuru grins, phew, that should do it. Sona, clapping her hands before congratulating her peerage members, congratulations everyone, all of you done splendidly in the fight. Tsubaki, it's our duty to uphold the name of Citri household proud after all, Sona-sama. Genchuru, Yash. Tsubaki-senpai is right, we will make you proud. While the others are also saying the same thing, making Sona prouder. Benia Mao, if I joined everyone earlier, I would be to fight together with them, pouting depressed. Lu, pat Benia's shoulder, humph, no use crying over spilled milk. Now back to Issei and Loki. Scene showing Issei fighting against Loki, where Issei easily overwhelming Loki before Issei brought out Ascalon and continuously slashing at Loki, who can do nothing but continuously putting up barriers to defend against Issei onslaught. Loki, growling, "Begone!" Detonate all his barriers in an attempt to catch Issei off guard, but to no success, seeing that Issei already jumped back in time. Damn, why you? Issei snorts, seriously, for a god, is your vocabulary knowledge is only on that level? Loki own count, 214. With Loki and the others who are about to attack the last Midgard Storm clone can't help but stop in their tracks after hearing Issei insults towards Loki. Meanwhile, inside the boosted gear, Drake, oh, his inner bully Hayadu mode is leaking out. Welp, not my problem. Now where's my popcorn? This gonna be good. Belzard, here Drake, give Drake a bucket of popcorn. Drake, thanks dude. Belzard, you're welcome, give thumbs up. With Drake and the rest of past boosted gear users was having a popcorn bucket of their own while eagerly waiting to see how Issei gonna insult Loki. Back to present. Issei, welp, F for Loki. Drake, dude gonna get burned so hard for sure. Great Red, how hard, we never knows. While the rest of DX cast remembered in the early viewings when the other Issei was in bully Hayadu mode, making them can't help but feel sorry for Loki. Loki, what did you say? Issei rolled his eyes in disinterest before rubbing his forehead while sighing disappointed. Haya. Seriously. Don't tell me that you somehow managed to graduate from school with that amount of vocabulary knowledge? Loki own count, 215. Loki, you. Issei, and again seriously, just how dumb are you? Loki own count, 216. Loki, grrrr. With Loki face already turned red from anger. Issei, and don't tell me that your talent is only worth the amount of a celery? Loki own count, 217. While the others' jaw drops hearing Issei brutal insults. Issei, well, considering you're third-rated. Loki own count, 218. Issei, no scratch that, fourth-rated goal. Loki own count, 219. Issei, guess you're nothing but just a bucking disappointment. Loki own count, 220. Issei, stupid. Loki own count, 221. Issei, or better yet, a failure. Loki own count, 222. Issei, sniffing the air, humph, even you smell like one. Loki own count, 223. Issei, Haya, guess it truly proves that you are indeed a failure. Loki own count, 224. Issei, you are nothing but stupid and a failure. Loki own count, 225. Issei, you know what, calling you as the God of Trickster doesn't sound right. Instead of that title, you should be called as the God of being stupid and a failure. Loki own count, 325. With Loki can't help but immediately coughing blood from increased blood pressure from how angry he is from the insults and disrespect he got. Emotional damage. While inside the boosted gear, Drake and others were laughing their ass off hearing Issei insults towards Loki. With DX cast open mouth in shock hearing the other Issei's savage roasts towards Loki. Sirzech, ouch, that gotta hurts. Azazel, who wouldn't, that was completely brutal. Odin, his bully Hayadu mode totally doesn't hold back, huh? Vali, zero mercy at its finest. Albion, yep, totally is. Great Red, I might not care much about the guy, but even that was completely brutal even for my standards. Drake, I don't know whether to laugh or feel pity towards Loki right now. Issei, same page with you, Drake. While Fenrir was howling / laughing to himself seeing the disrespect Loki got. Narrator, holy shit, dude literally cooked him, well done. Corbenik, there's no way the guy can recover from that burn. Uncle Roger and Steven, he would be proud for sure, heck, even I can smell the burn from here. Speaking of burn, a moment, I gotta check something. DX cast, Uncle Roger and Steven, he. Skeeth, chuckle, sorry. You guys are not ready to learn about them. With DX cast decided not to ask more seeing that Skeeth wasn't willing to tell them about it. Sounds of someone getting up from their seat and leaving the room before coming back bringing some items putting it on the ground before being followed with sounds of something being cooked. Holy shit, the burn was powerful enough to reach here for us to make a barbecue. You guys want some? Narrator, sure thing. Corbenik, not gonna lie, even I'm hungry right now. Sounds of two other people getting up from their seat before being followed by sounds of people's eating meat. While the rest of DX cast jaw drops in disbelief hearing that before turn their head to the sound of something being cooked only to see that Skeeth was currently grilling meats on a barbecue set, making them jaw drops further. Skeeth, chuckle, some things are better left unexplained, anyway want some food, gesture to the food he's currently grilling, we'll continue watching after everyone have some foods. With DX cast shrugged their shoulders decided to not question it before took their own portion of food eating it. After they're done eating and washing the dishes, everyone goes back to their seat resuming watching the viewing. Loki, grargh. Stay still you damn mortal. Scene showing Loki roaring in rage and start throwing all spells he got attacking Issei. But to no avail seeing that Issei was moving so fast leaving countless amounts of afterimages. And as if adding salt to the injury some of the afterimages start doing random things. One was grading student papers. 2 was playing table tennis. 1 was cooking. 2 of them were playing Jenga. 2 were doing an arm wrestling against each other. 3 of them were building a gunpla. 2 of them were in an intense chess match. 1 was reading manga. 3 were playing Uno. 1 was doing calligraphy. 4 of them were playing Monopoly. And lastly 1 was knitting a sweater. While the others who were watching jaw drops after seeing Issei ridiculous speed while mocking Loki at the same time. Narrator, he just mocked him Koro-sensei style wasn't it? Corbenik, he sure did. The disrespect level is continuously rising. While DX cast was open-mouthed completely dumbfounded seeing other Issei ridiculous speed. Suji, okay. I'm pretty speedy myself and able to make many afterimages on my own, but even I wasn't able to do that. Biko, and he was in base state and wasn't even trying at all. How bucking fast he is if he or Vala over there decided go all out. Skeeth, what I can say is that they both will be fast as buck boi. Level of speed. Issei, I know that other me and other Vala trained under Goku-sama, Vegeta-sama and many others. But this is completely ridiculous. Valley, nodding seriously, yeah, they both completely outclass us. Gabriel, so who is Koro-sensei Skeeth-san? Skeeth, an eccentric teacher from another universe that does the same thing the other Issei just did when teaching all of his students at the same time on daily basis. While the rest of DX cast can't help but sweat drops while feeling sorry for those poor students having to deal with such situations on a daily basis. With Loki roaring in rage for not being taken seriously decided to blast all of the afterimages destroying all of them before breathing heavily. Loki, ha ha, now, where is the damn mortal? Issei voice, seriously, how much of a stupid and failure you are to not notice where I am this entire time. Loki owned count 335. With Loki heard Issei's voice that was above him before looking up and widening his eyes, seeing that he just noticed that Issei was currently standing on top of his head all this time with his back turned. Loki owned count 350. Issei, holy shit. Other me just did the legendary disrespect move. Drake, gahahaha, look at the guy's face. Vali, grinning, you know what, I should do that move to my shitty grandfather back then. Albion, shame, what a wasted opportunity for you, Vala. With Vala give a nod while sighing in lament. While those who were mischievous are planning to do the same thing to any of their opponents in the future too. And to make matters even worse, Loki just realized that all of his hair he was proud of is no more, seeing that Issei probably already cut all of them when he was destroying all of the afterimages, making him a baldy. Mini flashback start. Scene showing when Loki was busy destroying all the afterimages, while on behind him, Issei was using a pair of scissors sneakily cutting Loki's hair with extreme precision without him noticing, leaving Loki bald. Mini flashback end. Loki owned count 400. Narrator, holy shit. San, just how much is that disrespect level? It's over 9,000. Sounds of a scouter being crushed. Corbenik, what? Impossible? With DX cast jaw drops after finally realized that Loki was currently bald from the complete disrespect towards Loki, while they unconsciously covering their hair, especially those who with long hair. While those who used to fight against Issei in the past, especially Chow Chow and his team, were shivering, feeling terrified for their other self fate, and hoped that their other self wouldn't get the same treatment like Loki. Chow Chow, other me, for the love of, please don't piss him off, and pray that he wasn't in his bully Haidu mode or your hair is no more. Jean, please other me, just stay away from him. Heracles, no. Anything but not my precious hair. George, come on, my hair is already slow to grow, please don't. While Fenrir snatched Biko camera, earning a HEY from him before using the camera to continuously taking pictures of other Issei standing on top of Loki bald head. Great Red, well shit, the other hatchling, bully Haidu mode is bucking pure menace. Issei, okay, now even I'm scared to piss him off. Drake, same with me, dude literally doesn't hold back. Sirzech, other me, just don't do anything that would piss him off, I beg you. Covering his precious long hair protectively. Zeoticus, even you too, other me, holding his long hair protectively. Rias, gulping down saliva nervously, guess, our other self was quite lucky, right Aquino? Aquino, nervously sweating, yet good thing he doesn't see our other self as enemies when he was in his bully Haidu mode back then, if not, we would end up like Loki. With both of them shivering in fright, being unable to imagine themselves having a bald head. While the others jaw drops, seeing the pure disrespect Issei gives towards Loki. With Issei did a backflip and floating facing against Loki, and noticed that Loki wasn't responding from shock after losing his hair. Issei, seems he's gone into shock, well then, lifting his right hand up in the air, let me slap some sense into you. With on the bottom of screen show a timer starting the countdown. With Issei continuously slapping Loki many times over at high speed, bringing him back to reality before giving one final slap, launching him away. Loki owned count 500. With the timer stopped at the last slap, showing exactly at 1 second. Azazel winced, damn, he got slapped 100 times in a span of a second. Issei, wow, other me just give Loki the famous slapping Frisia treatment. Odin. And from how fast he keeps slapping Loki, I'm not surprised if Loki's cheeks was totally glowing red right now. While Loki finally managed to stop himself in the air, making an enraged expression, remembering all the humiliation he received today from the Haidu brothers, while both of his cheeks was completely glowing red from all the slapping. Loki, not just them keep mocking me, one even kidnapped my creations, humiliate me, and the other one even cut my hair too. Issei, appear in front of Loki, so what, are you done yapping? Loki, Rarf. Die. throw another attack towards Issei, only it was just an afterimage. With Issei moving at high speed, creating 3 afterimages of himself, with 3 of the afterimages using Ascalon unleashed 3 sword techniques at the same time to Loki, who was unable to react in time. Issei afterimage A, Earth slash. Issei afterimage B, Wave slash. Issei afterimage C, Air slash. Leaving Loki with 3 deep gash over his body, making him scream in pain. Loki owned count 503. While Yuto and others were taking a breather after he and the others finally managed to dispose the last one of the Midgard Sorma clones. Yuto, wide eyes in awe, so fast, to think that even his afterimages he's leaving are solid enough and capable of dealing such damage too. Tomo, indeed, even creating just 1 afterimage was hard for us even with the Night Piece boost, even then, it wasn't solid like Sensei. Zenobia, and he create that many afterimages without breaking a sweat too. With the 3 knights vows to up their training in the future. Irina, don't forget how fast Issei-chan keep making all those afterimages, doing random things, humiliating Loki too. With everyone's sweat drops remembering that. Genshiru, yeah, no way in hell any of us will be able to catch up with him. Tannen, pride as a dragon or not, even I admit that I'm unable to do anything against him. I ever fight with him, and for the love of those afterimages he creates, that doing those random things would be completely humiliating to fight against. Barakiel, who wouldn't? I would instantly give up rather than face that kind of humiliation if he decided to do that. While the others nodding in agreement, agreeing with Barakiel. Suji, smile proudly seeing Yuto and both Zenobia and Tomo on the screen, determination to train harder. I wish you luck, you 3. Heh, even I admit that creating afterimages solid enough to deal damage was kinda hard to do. Guess I also to step up my training to not be left behind. Arthur, smile in determination while adjusting his glasses, same with us. With the sword users of DX cast also planning to up their training from now on. And at the same time in the mid-air, Issei appears several feet away behind Loki before lifting Ascalon, pointing it to the sky. Issei, radiant. With lightning falling down from the sky, striking Ascalon, making it pulsing with lightning. Both Barakiel and Akino can't help but widening their eyes a bit after seeing Issei lightning spell striking Ascalon. Barakiel, such a simple spell, but so much power. Akino, what Sensei is going to do? As if answering her question, Issei instantly appeared behind Loki, who barely managed to turn in time towards Issei and heard. Issei, Rai break! With Issei deliver a devastating single slash towards unprepared Loki, creating another deep gash over his body, making him scream in pain. Loki owned count 504. With Issei jumping back right before the lightning from slash erupted out from Loki, making a large pillar of lightning that can be seen across the entire battlefield, while Loki was screaming in pain from being electrocuted alive inside the lightning pillar. Loki owned count 505. With some of DX cast, especially the sword users, can't help but jaw drops, seeing despite how simple the move is, it was completely devastating. Jean, holy crap, did you guys see that? Carlamine, yeah, I did, sure that most of us can enchant our swords with elements, but his move was totally on a different level. Cirrus, even though we have seen that spell before, to directly control the lightning of nature itself to enchant his weapons was an astonishing feat itself. Odin, very impressive, pouring so much power into such simple spell, then enchant it to Ascalon. He artificially make your technique with Mjolnir, right son? Thor, buhahaha. Indeed, shame that he didn't use that move with the Mjolnir replica, if not it would be a sight to see. With both Baldur and Vidar nodding in agreement with him. Dulio, maybe I could try that with Zenith Tempest. Issei, well, here goes then. Brought out Mjolnir replica, throwing it to the sky, making it spinning in the air. Odin Ohu, what is he planning? While Thor leans forward wondering what the other Issei is planning to do. With Issei jumped up to the back of the still spinning Mjolnir replica with him in a punching position, while his fist was covered in flames. Issei, lightning flame overburst. With Issei punch at the pommel of Mjolnir replica, sending flame on his fist to the Mjolnir replica, making it covered in flames before the flame-covered Mjolnir replica launching at high speed, creating several sonic booms in its wake, heading towards the pillar of lightning Loki was currently inside at. Right after making contact with Loki, the energy Issei put inside the Mjolnir replica together with the flame covering it burst out, making contact with the lightning pillar, creating a chain reaction combining the lightning and flame energies before the lightning pillar, now combined with flames, explodes where the explosion can be seen for miles. Issei, land on the ground. It should be decent enough for a move I make on the spot. What was the saying called again? Aha, it is called. Art is an explosion. Narrator, indeed, young man. Loki owned count, 506. Screen close. Thor, one word. Damn! Baldur, guess you approve it, brother? Thor, ha ha ha. I admit I'm surprised seeing he covered the Mjolnir replica with flames, but not unwelcome, but punching it straight from the pommel, I gotta try that later, grinning excited. Vidar, don't complain if you broke your fist attempting that. With both Thor and Vidar bickering with each other while Baldur tries to separate them. Odin, shaking head amused seeing his children antics. Well, if my guess is right, the next would be the conclusion of the battle against Loki, wasn't it, Skeith-san? Skeith, nodding, confirming Odin question. Yep, there's still time before late night. Anyone up for another round of barbecue? With most of DX cast raised their hands up while wearing an eager grin on their face. With Skeith chuckle before gesturing them to follow him outside the house, and everyone hold a barbecue party under the night sky. Scene change. Skeith room. Scene showing Skeith, who was in pajamas, turned towards the readers talking with them. Skeith, welp, finally managed to post this chapter and I'm sorry for being late. I just hoped that everyone would be entertained with this chapter. Let out a yawn. Well, I'm getting sleepy, so here's some pictures for you guys to enjoy. I'm going to sleep. With Skeith throws several pictures for readers to enjoy before goes to his bed, lying on it going to sleep. EP 61, the end of the Trickster. Scene change. Sirzech observation room / hideout. Scene showing Sirzech, who was sitting on his beanbag drinking soda while cackling to himself, watching / stalking his favorite person, read, Shiro Amiya, miserable luck as usual on his kaleidoscope portal. Sirzech, jahahahaha, this is priceless. As expected from my favorite person to watch their lives, slapping his knees while trying to catch his breath. Scene showing from the inside of the portal. A version of Screaming Shiro was currently being chased by Yandere female Goishia, Yandere female Zoken, and Yandere female Kirai after they accidentally see Shiro did a high jump. Sirzech, glad that my experiment to make them see Shiro do a high jump was a success, and the rest is satisfying. Mini flashback showing that Sirzech doing his usual stuff, read, trolling and pranking people, makes a kaleidoscope portal for Gender Ben Goishia, Gender Ben Kirai, and Gender Ben Zoken to see Shiro do a high jump. Sirzech, now then, which version of him is for me to watch next? Using his remote switching channel to see if there's any interesting version of Shiro Amiya to watch / stalk next and mess with. While Sirzech was doing his own thing, he was unaware that currently inside the room was filled to the brim with an untold amount of Shiro faces circling around him while being invisible to Sirzech, with each one of them giving him an expression of rage on their face while at the same time, they can't help but feeling sorry for their other self. Misery. Shiro, damn it, not gonna lie, I pity my other right now. Shiro, Space Rider Santa Halloween, yeah, who wouldn't? How the hell Goishia was a female for buck's sake? Wasn't that guy genderless? Shiro, Summer Santa Saber Alter, not just Goishia, even Kirai too, the bucking Kirai Kotomine himself. How's that bucking possible? Shiro, Ruler Summer Alter, I even more shocked that even Zoken was gender Ben too. Sure, she looks young, like in her 20s. But how the hell her face looks like it was way past the expiration date. Just look how wrinkly that female Zoken face is, point to the screen. With the rest of the Shiro faces after looking at the screen also wishing that they didn't, because the amount of wrinkles on the female Zoken face was too much to count, not to mention that she's currently licking her long tongue on her lips, leaving a trail of saliva in the air from being excited to catch Shiro that she was chasing. With most of Shiro faces can't help but gagging, being disgusted from how ugly female Zokan face is, making them feel even more sorry for their other self while praying and hoping that he will be successful to escape from being raped by his pursuers. Shiro, Shielder Beast Erg. Petition to ask Skeith-san? San and Corbenik-san to help save our other self when we get back? With the rest, Shiro faces brought their hands up, agreeing with him. Shiro, now then, back to the task at hand. Everyone's ready? Turned towards Zelrich, who was unaware of the impending doom, giving him an evil smile. Shiro, Space Santa Foreigner Alter. Oh, no need to ask, we're always born ready. Shiro, Moon Cancer Alter. Let's give this bucker the long overdue karma he deserves. Shiro, Avenger Alter, cracking knuckles before hugging himself with glee. Oh yes, how long I have been waiting for this day. Shiro, well then, let's begin. Brought out a blue rose, before shooting a special kind of bullet towards Zelrich. With Zelrich feel that he just got shot before falling to his knees, writhing in pain, and started coughing heavily with his body was being entirely covered in sweat. Zelrich, GUH, what the? Start to feel there's something wrong happening with his body. Impossible? My powers. With Zelrich starting to feel nervous, seeing that for some reason after being shot from an unknown assailant, he was unable to access all his powers, especially Kaleidoscope, leaving him only as powerless like a normal human, unable to escape, and was at the mercy of the unknown assailant. While all the Shiro faces were grinning to themselves, watching in glee, seeing that one of the people responsible for making their lives miserable when they were alive from being trolled was currently being rendered helpless and was at their mercy. Shiro, now my fellow gentlemen, let the retribution begin. With everything turning dark before being followed with Zelrich's blood-curdling scream. Scene change. Skeith room. Scene showing Skeith, who was having a light breakfast of cheesy garlic toast and ginger milk drink before closing the portal, where he was watching Shiro and the rest of Shiro faces are giving retribution towards Zelrich. Skeith finished his meal and drink before letting out a burp. Ah, that hit the spot. Turned towards the readers before speaking with them. Okay. I bet all of you must be curious how the hell Zelrich was unaware of Shiro and the rest of Shiro faces' presence. The reason is because of the armor I craft for them that they are currently wearing. Those armors works like how Oberon ability, where he was totally invisible towards Merlin, so that's why Zelrich was unable to sense Shiro and the rest of Shiro faces around him at all. And for the bullet, Shiro use, it was similar like the origin bullet, but works differently and only geared towards Zelrich. So in a nutshell, the armors and bullet was an anti-Zelrich items. Now then I got to go somewhere else to save someone from being raped. Snap fingers, creating a portal. With Skeith jumping inside the portal heading to who knows. Scene change. Skeith house dining area. Scene showing the rest of DXD cast was in their own seat waiting for Skeith for breakfast. Sirzech HM, Skeith-san said that he will arrive in a moment. You say, little brother? Issei, yeah. When I went to his room to wake him up, he called me on my phone saying that he's currently not available for a while and will be back when breakfast is ready. Azazel, he must be going somewhere important knowing what he does. Michael, could it possibly be that he has gone to save more peoples again? With the rest of DXD cast can't help but remember some of the residents that live in the domain that Skeith and Corbenik was sharing that DXD cast met when they were going out in their free time. Seraphal, might be the case, to think that many suffered in their lives before Skeith-chan? Chan and Corbenik-chan saved them. Issei, yeah, everyone has their own story to tell. I can notice that some of them were still uncomfortable with people. Vali, who can blame them? Just take Keitaro, Ranma and Ichika experience as examples. With many of DXD cast wince remembering those 3 previous experiences. Sounds of the door opening. Gabriel, oh, it must be Skeith-san. Welcome. Bay dash turned towards the door to greet Skeith, only to stop and froze in her seat after seeing Skeith's new appearance, making her sweating nervously from how unique his look is. Like Gabriel, the rest of DXD cast was also frozen in their seat, being nervous after seeing Skeith's new look. Skeith, yo everyone, am I late for breakfast? Plus the addition of the gruff tone of voice that came with Skeith's new look also didn't help, making DXD cast even more nervous. Skeith, HM? What's wrong you guys? Is there something on my face? Raise eyebrows confused. After a long silence before Issei managed to gather his courage to tell Skeeth everyone's reason for why everyone was silent. Issei, it maybe was related to how your appearance looks like right now currently, Skeeth-san. Skeeth, my appearance? Look at the nearby mirror before realizing why everyone was silent just now before scratching the back of his head. Oh, so that's why. I forgot to change back. Turned to DXD giving a deep bow. Sorry for scaring you guys. With DXD feel even more weirded out seeing that Skeeth's monstrous-looking form was acting politely. Venelana, it's alright, it was just we are completely caught off guard with how different you look than usual. Kokabil, I guess the form you're currently using is one of Haseo forms that he have. Skeeth took a seat before responding towards Kokabil's question. Yeah, it is. In an alternate timeline, Haseo gained this form after he fell into rage, turning him into a mindless beast, destroying everything in his path when someone he started to care about was killed right in front of his eyes. With DXD fall silent hearing that, and understand why Haseo would turn into that form before some of them can help but think if they would also become like the alternate version of Haseo in case the same thing that happens with Haseo also happens with them. Issei, I have to become stronger to protect my loved ones and my friends. I won't let any harm come towards them, that's my promise. Drake, wear a smirk knowing what Issei was thinking about. You can do it, partner, you have my support. Valid Ka-san. Lavinia, wait a minute, why am I thinking about her? Making a confused expression about why Lavinia's face suddenly comes into his mind. Albion, chuckle, that dense battle-loving maniac doesn't realize that he actually really cares about that girl. Now we just need to wait before he realizes his feelings. While Lavinia can't help but smile from ear to ear, feeling happy for some reason. With everyone continue eating, enjoying a hearty breakfast. Scene change, viewing room. With everyone took their own seat, making themselves comfortable, while waiting for Skeeth to start the viewing. Genturu, Skeeth-san, you don't want to change back? Skeeth realized what Genturu was talking about before shrugging his shoulders. Nah, too lazy for that. Been a while I got into this form, so pardon me. With DXD sweat drops before accepting Skeeth's reason. Uriel, well, if you put it that way, guess it is alright. Skeeth, by the way, here Fenrir. Toss the remote to Fenrir who catches it. Fenrir, rough Wolfger, special translation. Well, it wouldn't hurt being the one to start the viewing. With Fenrir used the remote starting the viewing. Screen open. Scene showing everyone just arrived towards where Issei was currently at, with most of them open-mouthed shocked seeing the destruction from Issei technique. Tannen, damn, just look at all the destruction. Barakiel, would be a miracle if Loki somehow survived from that. Issei, lift his hand catching the Mjolnir replica that bounced back spinning towards him before resting it on his shoulder. Well, I think he totally did. I didn't put much power on that move, but he was totally on his last legs for sure. While the others can't help but look back and forth between Issei and the large hole that was around 1 kilometer wide from the attack Issei just used. The others, thinking while giving Issei a bewildered look, are you serious? Didn't put much power. Issei, damn. Don't put much, huh? Heck, I need to go at least in balance breaker and put all I got just to do the same thing. And from the look of it, he wasn't even trying. Vali, guess this shows how much our other self completely outclass us. Sounds someone let out an impressed whistle. With everyone turning back and seeing that it was Vali who just came back while wearing a grin on his face. Biko, oh, he's back. Arthur, there's something off with his grin. Kuroka, I bet Loki would be more screwed for sure. Naya. Issei, Vali, where's Fenrir and his sons? Vali, oh, I tried to tame them, and then they ran off. Let out a shrug before giving an eye signal towards Issei. Odin, something off for sure, he's acting suspicious. While most of the rest of DXD tried to guess what happened but to no avail. While Fenrir was licking its lips hoping what he was thinking was true. Issei let out an annoyed sigh. Seriously. Sounds of someone laughing arrogantly can be heard. With everyone turning back their attention to the hole where Loki was at to see Loki, who was heavily injured and his clothes mostly burned off, leaving him borderline naked where only his pants now as shorts are left to cover his private parts, whatever left of it. Loki, kahahahaha, you thought you can tame Fenrir? My ultimate creation? Impossible. Because Fenrir only bows to no one but me, only me. While Fenrir was growling angrily towards the screen, especially at Loki's face. Fenrir, GGRRR, special translation, buck you buck face. Vidar, I can't help but think that Fenrir just insulted Loki just now. Baldur, maybe it was just your imagination, brother. Vidar, you're right, it probably was. While Skeeth was holding back his chuckle knowing that it wasn't the case. Narrator, damn, dude looks like a hobo. Yep, he was. Corbenik, totally is. Vala, Issei? Issei what? Vala, who's the bald hobo down there? Gesture towards Loki. Loki owned count, 507. Q. Most of DXD cast burst out laughing hearing that. Odin, da ha 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 ha, bald hobo, ha 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 ha. Thor, not gonna lie, that was the perfect description for Loki's appearance right now, ga ha 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 ha. While everyone about to calm their laughing fit before the screen continues with Issei reply. Issei shrugs, it was the god of being a bald hobo. Himself, Loki. Loki owned count, 508. Again, those who just about to calm down burst out laughing again. Issei, no offense to other hobo out there, but the other me description of Loki was totally right, ga ha 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 ha. Biko, freaking hell. Other you just burn him without mercy, ha 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 ha. Where those who are laughing can't help but feel there's more. Vala, whistle impressed, nice nickname you give him there, what other nickname do you give him? I was about to call him the god of being a fate hitch himself. Loki owned count, 509. Issei, well, his other nickname I just gave him was god of being stupid and a failure. Loki owned count, 510. Valley, white proud tear, now that's the menace of a little brother I know, you make me so proud. While Issei rolls his eyes before letting out a huff. Narrator, PFFTT, now that's what we could triple wombo combo. Would be a miracle if the guy hasn't turned into a charcoal yet from the burn. Sounds of snapping fingers. Corbenik, shame, our charcoals for barbecue were out of stock and in need of a new one. While the sounds of 3 people munching their food can be heard for those who were watching the viewing, signaling the narrator and Corbenik are still having a barbecue party of their own while watching and commenting on the viewing. While in the meantime most of those who were laughing previously are currently on the ground wheezing, struggling to catch their breath from other Issei and other Vala nicknames towards Loki, and the narrator and Corbenik comments also didn't help making them laugh harder before ending up with their current state. Sirzech medic, my kidneys hurt, fa ha ha ha. Sarah fall, please, have mercy, fa ha 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 ha. I can't stop laughing, ha 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 ha. Zeoticus, my pancreas, da ha 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 ha. Drake, dude, even my flame doesn't burn that hard, ja ha 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 ha. Albion, totally for sure, ha 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 ha. Cough, cough. After a while, with everyone who was previously on the ground managed to crawl back to their seats while taking a deep breath to calm themselves while chuckled to themselves occasionally. Skeeth shaking head amused, hey, you guys good? Great Red, yeah, we sure are, give thumbs up. While Loki, who was twitching angrily, had enough and let out a roar before charging towards the group before noticing that Vala was nowhere to be seen before hearing Vala's voice behind his back. Vala voice, by the way. With the scene showing Vala was actually behind Loki and was currently rubbing the back of the now shiny Loki's bald head, leaving Loki stunned from being unable to notice how Vala was behind his back all this time. Loki owned count, 511. Narrator, gasp, wait, don't tell me he's gonna. Corbenik, yes, he's gonna do that. Poor guy, dignity got destroyed further, lol. Vala, give an evil grin, I like ya cut G. With Vala proceeds to give a hard slap to the back of Loki's head, making him let out a girlish scream before the force of the slap launching him away at high speed towards the nearest rock formation, embedding him inside. Loki owned count, 512. While Issei can't help but facepalm from Vala's shenanigans while the others are struggling hard not to laugh, remembering how funny the scene of what just happened, especially with Loki's girlish scream from being slapped at the back of his now shiny bald head. Narrator, holy shit, dude just did the meme. Damn, dude sure can scream ga ha 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 ha. Corbenik, are you sure the guy wasn't a banshee? The poor guy reminded me of WoW Banshee ha 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 ha. And the poor DX cast who has just managed to calm themselves from their previous laughing fit was on the ground laughing again. Baldur, holy shit bro. Never in my life have I ever heard Loki scream like that. Da ha 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 ha. Vidar, totally, if those who were at Norse heard Loki scream just now, they would instantly laugh like us. Ga ha 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 ha. While Fenrir is already twitching on his back from laughing too hard from the humiliation Loki just got. Issei, anyone record that? I'm gonna use his screaming sound as my ringtone for sure, still clutching his stomach while rolling on the ground laughing. Azazel, bright idea. I'm gonna do that too. Biko, say no more, I got it covered. Everyone lined up. Only 1,000 yen per copy. With others lining up to buy a copy of Loki's scream from Biko while Biko whistled to himself counting the stack of money he got from Quick Cash. Loki, Rarf. With Loki flying out from the rock formation charging towards Vala, who's currently somehow was eating a cup of ramen without a care in the world. Vala, licking his lips looking at the ramen cup, I'm craving ramen right now. Pull out a ready-to-eat ramen cup straight from his jacket and start eating. While others sweat drops with Vala's obsession with noodles. Lavinia, fondly looking at Vala who's happily slurping his noodles. Stomach is the way to man's heart. I gotta learn how to cook all noodles recipes to make him happy. Skeeth, give a smirk looking back and forth between Vala and Lavinia. Welp, guess I can give her Chiraka ramen recipe for her. Vala stands no chance once he eats those ramen. Valley, seriously. Can't this guy let someone eat their ramen in peace? Finished his ramen in record time before throwing his chopsticks at high speed towards Loki, who was unable to react in time before each of the chopsticks are embedded in both of Loki's eyes sticking out from Loki's eye socket while blood keeps sprouting out like a fountain. Also, it doesn't help that the leftover soup broth at the chopsticks making the situation worse for Loki, making him feel the burn further. Loki owned count, 513. Narrator, ouch, that gonna leave a mark. Yep, having chopsticks sticking out from your eyes wouldn't be pleasant for sure. Corbenik, plus the leftovers broth on the chopsticks also didn't help too. Rias, wince, that looks totally painful. Sona, of course it is Rias, would be a miracle if Loki didn't become blind from that. Gentru, yep, totally not gonna make them angry for sure. Together with some others can't help but give nervous look at both Issei and Valley. While the most of DX cast can't help but instinctually put their hands over their eyes feeling phantom pain after looking at what just happened to Loki. Cookie, damn dude, that was ruthless for sure. Natsum, guess meeting many different kinds of people making both of them to act like that. Tobio, why I can't help but feel there's more. Fenrir, waff waff bark, special translation. I don't know why, but I'm gonna like what will be shown next. Loki, GHREARRGG, screaming in pain before struggling to pull out both of the chopsticks and start healing his eyes. Before. Issei voice, where are you looking at? With Issei appears out of nowhere and need Loki right at his hick. CRRACCCRRRKKKK. Making a loud sounds that can be heard across the entire battlefield. While the screen briefly changes showing 2 golden eggs burst open to save everyone from the graphics image. Before the screen changed back showing Loki expression of pure pain followed with an angelic chorus sounds. Loki owned count, 535. At this moment, every male in the world can't help but simultaneously cover their own crotch at the same time while feeling that their fellow brothers just lost something important to them. Let it just say that Tannen, Barakiel, Gentru, Yudo and Gasper who were watching what just happened can't help but fall to their knees while covering their own crotch feeling a phantom pain and also can't but feeling sorry for Loki for his loss. Valley, now that's my little brother I'm proud of, give double thumbs up while wearing an evil grin on his face. Narrator, even I can feel that. Ah. Music to my ears. Corbenik, what a psycho. while the male of DXD caste was clutching their own crotch while sweating heavily to themselves, feeling the phantom pain and also pity towards Loki. Issei, other me. Seriously, how much ruthless you have to be. Vala, dude, even I won't wish such pain to my enemy, no one deserves that. Except my shitty grandfather for sure. Genturu, dude was total savage. Biko, brutality at its finest. Cookie, and the image of 2 eggs exploding also didn't help, and why did it have to be so damn graphic? Drake, he totally doesn't give a shit for sure. Albion, looking at Chow Chow and his team, especially the male ones, just pray that the other you guys wouldn't be subjected to the same treatment. Great Red, if not, they're screwed. While Chow Chow and the males of his team let out a small whimper, feeling nervous for their other self Ball's fate, while Jean let out a small breath of relief, making the rest of her team members give her a betrayed look. While Fenrir in the meantime was grinning from ear to ear, feeling satisfied with what just happened to Loki. While with Drake, Albion and the rest of the male pass users of boosted gear and divine dividing can't help but give a small wince, feeling a little bit of pity for Loki. Scene change inside the boosted gear. Drake, ouch, guess there's more to be jotted down on the list, huh? Took out a notebook and wrote Loki's name as another victim of Nutcracker in the book, and Loki was the victim of number what again? And if you look closely, the notebook title is Issei Nutcracker Victims. Belzard, 100th victim, I think? Probably? Another past user A, damn, that's a lot. Another past user B, but still can't beat Vala Nutcracker victims count for sure. Another past user C, oh, you're right, the guy was a pure menace for sure. Scene change inside of Divine Dividing. While inside the Divine Dividing, scene showing Albion, who was looking at the Vala Nutcracker victims notebook he was holding. Before the screen shows the total amount of Vala Nutcracker victims was easily more than 200 victims, borderline 300. Albion, I blame Nagi and especially Jack for corrupting Issei and Valley. Another past user A, what done is done. Another past user B, there's no helping it, Albion. Another past user C, look at the bright side, at least we got a good laugh from it, right? While Albion and the others shrugged, seeing that he got a point. Sirzech, so it was them. Azazel, guess we can know who to blame now. Great Red, my gut feeling tells me that, whoever their past Nutcracker victims is, they deserve it. Mini flashback start. Scene change Mundus Magicus 2 weeks after Nagi full recovery. Issei, whoa, that place looks awesome. Azazel, so that's one of the place of the world that both of them meet with Negi together with his father and comrades, huh? Skeeth, yep, they are currently at a planet of the magic world created by someone called the Mage of the Beginning. I won't go into detail because too lazy to explain. In a nutshell, the Mage of the Beginning create this place based on planet Mars. While others sweat drops hearing Skeeth's reason for not explaining. Odin, damn, if you guys can notice it, the overabundance of mana in the air was astronomically high. Sona, indeed, just look at all the technology there. Everything is powered by magic. Azazel, man, what would I give to study the technology there? Chow Chow, and to think that one person could do all this Mage of the Beginning, was totally powerful for sure. Scene showing at some random building rooftop where Issei and Vala was currently sitting on the ground while hearing Jack and Nagi life advice towards both of them, if it could be called that, more like they're both corrupting them. Jack, now then, there's a rule saying that you should never hit fellow men's balls or nuts or whatever, but Nagi, unless they deserve it, or especially they are a bad guy, hit them right where it hurts, give no mercy. Jack, and make sure they are unable to leave any offspring to save yourself from the trouble in the future, because mostly the people you kick their ass tend to have many offsprings as possible for some reason to help them seek revenge. Nagi, in a nutshell, nip them in the bud, leave no loose ends, and that will be the end of the story. Issei, I see, that was a good advice. Wrote the advice in a notebook. Valley also wrote in his own notebook, I'm totally gonna abuse the hell out of this, grin evilly to himself. While in a distance showing Negi, Drake and Albion who were staring blankly towards the four of them while Eva was face-palming to herself. Eva, ugh. Anyone can remind how did I fall to that idiot again? Negi, scratching his cheek, chuckling nervously, hee. I don't know, maybe, you can ask Dad. While Eva twitches hearing Negi answer before the surrounding area are starting to be encased with ice. Drake, thinking, nah, he's dead. Albion, thinking, like father like son, both have a dead wish of their own. Eva, I'll give you 1 second to run, you brat. Negi realizes his mistake, oh. With Negi proceeds to run away, or he's screwed before Eva proceeds to run after him, throwing barrage of ice spells to fleeing Negi, who keep evading the spells before some of the stray spells hit Nagi, freezing him in a block of ice. Jack, oh nice. I've been craving for some shaved ice, brought out a bowl and started shaving some of the ice that was freezing Nagi to make some shaved ice. You guys want some? Hold the bowl to shaved ice to Issei and Vali. While Issei, Vali, together with Drake and Albion sweat drops seeing Jack's nonchalant attitude. While the background showing the rest of the city was entirely covered in ice from Negi, who keep evading Eva's spells. Mini flashback end. While the rest of DX cast sweat drops from seeing what just happened in the flashback. Michael, that was pretty chaotic. Razor, guess that's why both of them were indifferent to many things. Serorg, who wouldn't? If I was in their place, I would be indifferent in many things. Ajuka, her prowess in ice magic can easily match you. Seraphal. Seraphal, yep she is. I don't know which between us can win if we ever fought. Sirzech whistle, that's rare coming from you, Sarah. Seraphal shrugs, I know better than underestimating people from other worlds out there, or it would end badly for me. Grayfia, nodding in agreement, indeed, many people from different worlds have abilities of their own compared to ours, only a fool would underestimate them. With everyone continue watching the viewing. While Loki is still stunned by the pain, Issei proceeds to give savage haymaker to Loki's face, launching him away. Loki owned count, 536. Before Vali appears at the path of Loki's flying trip, catching him from the back. Vali, with mocking tone, ah, he's all tuckered out. With Vali start lifting Loki above him. Vali, let's help you getting some sleep. And bring the helpless Loki down to his waiting knee, breaking Loki's back. CCRRRARRCCKKKK. Loki owned count, 537. Narrator, he just did a Bane move, ain't he? Corbenik, he's totally did. Yup. Barakiel, sweat drops, okay, who's the bad guy now actually? Tannen, even I can't answer that. While some of DX cast wins hearing that. Issei, dude, other you literally broke his back, bro. Vali, like other you are one to talk, remember what he did just now. Issei, point taken. Vali, what to do? Looking at twitching Loki on the ground before snapping his fingers, aha. With Vali brought out a camera and went towards a considerable distance, putting it on standby before running back towards Loki standing behind him, striking a victory pose before the camera started taking pictures. Vali, oh yeah. Loki owned count, 538. Issei, facepalm while muttering to himself, he keeps hanging out with Mark-san back then and now he has his habits. Oh well, whatever, let out a defeated sigh. While some of DX cast chuckle with other Vali childish attitudes. Biko, ah shame other us weren't there, now the big question is. Kuroka, where are other US Naya? Arthur, I never thought I'm gonna say this, when is our other self debut? LeFay brother is right, when will others us would shown up? While Skeeth is whistling innocently to himself to avoid the question. With Vali appearing right beside Issei, conversing with him via telepathic link about certain matters after noticing that Loki was about to get up, with both of them returning their attention towards Loki, who was struggling to catch his breath. Vali, Issei. Issei, what? Vali, wanna do that move to that guy. Issei, which move? With Vali entering a certain pose, making Issei understand, and he also entered the same pose too. While Rias gasps after recognizes the pose both brothers are currently using. Rias, wait, that pose, don't tell me. While DX cast, especially Issei, gasp excited knowing what the other Issei and other Vali are about to do. Issei, you gotta be kidding me, they're gonna. Issei and Vali, wolf fang fist. And somehow there were three familiar, howling sounds in the background after they both announced their attack name, making others turn around confused. Before both of them appear in front of helpless Loki, who was unable to react and deliver a barrage of combos hitting him all over before both of them finish with double palm strikes of their own, launching Loki away for several kilometers, hitting many rock formations before stopping and landing on the ground. Loki owned count 550. Narrator, holy shit. They just did the move. Corbenik, indeed young man. But wait. There's more. Issei, Yug, that was awesome. Vali, well, that was pretty cool I suppose. Grin excited while also planning to add martial arts training in his to-do list. Azazel, damn, they literally mirrored each other while doing the move, there's barely any flaws there. Serorg, should I make my own version and call it Lion Fang Fist? Misla, interesting thought my son, you should try it. Keisha, go for it Serorg-sama, I know you can do it. While the rest of his peerage members give him encouraging words, making him grin, feeling thankful with their support. Razor, scratching his chin, Razor thinks Razor should also develop Razor's own battle style. Ravel, oh, that was interesting. Ravel, you can do it Oniai-sama. With his parents and peerage members give him encouraging words, making him smile happily. Scene showing everyone following Issei and Vali lead, heading towards where Loki lands, only to see that unconscious Loki landed in a certain famous pose, making everyone that know what the pose was immediately burst out laughing from how ironic it was. Loki owned count 600. Narrator, PFFDTTTT. Holy shit. Dude just got YMCHA'd with Yamcha own signature technique. Gahahahaha. I told you that there's more, hahajagahaha. Corbenik, now that what I call pure disrespect at its finest. While in the background several distances away, there are sounds suspiciously like three wolves were howling / laughing to themselves in amusement. Issei, PFFTT. Even I didn't expect that he would land in that pose, ha 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 ha. Vali, already rolling on the ground laughing, gahahahaha, this is priceless. This is the first time someone landed in that pose after we used Wolf Fang Fist, ha 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 ha. While inside both boosted gear and divine dividing, everyone else already laughed their ass off, seeing the irony of what just happened with Loki. While inside the viewing room, many of the DXD cast are already laughing their ass off, with some already fallen unconscious, Reed, Odin and Fenrir. Issei, gahahahahaha, holy crap. Getting his ass handed is one thing. Genturu, but to land in that pose after getting his ass kicked is even more humiliating. Jahahahaha. Biko, even more when he got ass kicked with technique belonged from the one that accidentally invent that pose. Deahahahaha. With Loki managed to regain his consciousness, and seeing that nearly everyone is laughing at him, making him see red. Loki, damn, wow you. Sounds of space being torn open. With everyone turning their attention towards where the sounds came from to see three tear in space being torn open before Fenrir and both of his sons came out from it, standing beside Loki while growling to the group, making the others beside Issei and Vali tense. Barakiel, shit, to think that they came back, this doesn't look good, stand protectively in front of Akino. Tannen, and to think that they managed to come back on their own, thinking to himself, but why for some reason that there's something off with Fenrir and both of his sons. Loki, Ku, Kukya kwahahahahahaha. I knew it, you three will come back to me, your creator, start making a magic circle to escape. Rossweisse, not good. Loki-sama is gonna escape, throw a barrage of spells towards Loki only to be dispersed easily by Fenrir by howling towards the spells, making her grit her teeth frustrated. Loki, good job Fenrir, keep them busy while I escape. Look at the group with hate, especially towards Issei and Vali, and for you too, I'll remember today's humiliation towards me. I'll be back and return this humiliation 100-fold. While both Issei and Vali let out a snort as a response. Vali, are you sure about that? Loki, wadash, immediately coughing blood before slowly looking down and gasped in horror seeing that half of his body was inside Fenrir's mouth being bitten by Fenrir, and each of his legs was inside a skull and hatty mouth, making him unable to move and start to feel weak from their god-killing fangs. Leaving everyone else beside Issei and Vala widen eyes in shock from the unexpected betrayal from Fenrir and both of his sons. Loki owned count 603. Rias, what just happened? While Fenrir was grinning from ear to ear seeing what just happened, and started barking happily while his tail wagging around showing how excited he is. Making those look at Fenrir being unable to believe what they just see, but decided to ignore that, focusing their attention back to the screen to know what actually happened. Issei, I know you're dumb. Loki owned count 604. Issei, but to think you're slow to notice if there's something off with Fenrir and his sons, guess you're nothing but stupid. Loki owned count 605. Issei, and a failure. Loki owned count 606. Narrator, damn, no mercy as usual, huh? Sirzech, other little brother literally doesn't give mercy, roasting Loki. While Loki ignored the insults because his mind was in a state of confusion, being unable to comprehend why his creations betrayed him. But his train of thought was cut off seeing that Fenrir ripped the part of his body in his mouth, making a bloody gory mess where people could literally see the inside of his body, with his intestines start falling down to the ground, while both Skull and Hattie, following their father's lead, proceeds to tear Loki's legs off, leaving him legless, making him fall to his back. With the pain finally connected with Loki, making him scream in pain. Loki, GHARRGGGHHHHH. Without giving Loki any chance to retaliate, Fenrir proceeds to use his mouth, biting Loki's intestine and tear it open from his body, making a splash of blood fly all over the place. Issei, create a barrier in time to prevent everyone from being hit with the shower of blood. That was close. And Skull jumped towards Loki, clawing at his crotch, tearing off Loki's penis, making it drop to the ground before stomping at it, crushing it to the point of being unrecognizable. Narrator, I can feel that. Then Hattie bites Loki's right arm and tears it away from his body. While Loki, despite being in pain, there's only one thing that keeps repeating in his mind. Loki, why, WHHYYYYY. Turning towards Issei and Vala, despite still in pain, giving them a desperate look, wanting answers. Issei, do I give a shit? Turn away, leaving Loki to his fate. Vala, yup, as my lil bro said, you should know better than to take away the other's free will for your own gain. You reap what you sow. Besides, I never said I failed to tame them, wasn't I? I just said I tried to tame them and they just ran off, shaking head in pity before turn away, following Issei. Odin free will. Azazel, he is right, he never said he failed to tame them. Guess we also didn't realize it like Loki. Kokabil, we are probably too occupied to notice. Barakeel, let's go everyone, seems like there's nothing we can do now. Rossweisse, but Tannen, just leave it, girl. Fenrir and both of his sons do that willingly towards Loki. Valley, stop walking and turn towards others. I'll explain what happened after we leave. For now, let Fenrir and his sons deal with Loki. They have some pent-up frustrations with Loki and need to get it out of their system. Issei, you guys go out first, me and Vala will follow shortly. I got a feeling that what will happen to Loki will be too bloody. You guys shouldn't see it for your own mental health. Sona, if you say so, Sensei, we'll trust your judgment. Rias, come on everyone, let's go, it's been a long day. With others give a nod before leaving the area with a magic circle. Venelana, talking while caressing sleeping Milika's hair, I guess what's gonna happen next wouldn't be pretty for Loki. Yasaka, yeah, seeing the children have already automatically fallen asleep, that is probably the case, rubbing Kuna hair. While with bloodied Loki, who was desperately using his other arms trying to crawl away to make a distance to escape. Dude knows what he's doing is futile, but his mind doesn't want to accept it. Corbenik, what to expect, anyone close to death would do anything to stay alive. Narrator, indeed it was. With Loki stop in his tracks after noticing something wet hitting his head and look up, seeing that Fenrir and his sons were salivating and giving him a menacing look, making him realize what is going to happen next. Loki, no. 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 With Fenrir and both of his sons proceed to tear Loki down to pieces, making his body parts and blood fly all over the place, making a gory mess. With some of the body parts splattered to the screen, especially Loki's own heart that was still pumping, and followed with his own brain that burst open from impact, making brain juice fly all over the screen before slowly sliding down, making most of DXD cast jump in their seat from the unexpected jump scare. Issei, damn it, that scared me. Shigyon Ulp, I'm gonna throw up in a bucket. With many following her lead, throwing up in their own bucket from seeing the gory scene. While Fenrir had the time of his life watching his other self manage to do what he couldn't. Thor, okay, this is confusing. Why Fenrir was so happy seeing his other self turn Loki into a mincemeat. Odin, I don't know my son, maybe we will know in the next viewing. If my guess is right, the viewing today is about to end. Balder, you're probably right, father, we have watched for quite a while. Vidar, guess another difference between that world and ours is that Loki over there is dead while ours was imprisoned. Odin, the other hell gonna throw a fit for sure knowing Loki's death, rubbing forehead feeling headache incoming and can't help but pity his other self for upcoming paperworks. While with Issei and Vala, who are still waiting for three wolves to finish their business, both of them strike a small conversation with each other. Issei, so, you use muffled sounds towards Fenrir and his sons, huh? Azazel, huh, why we can't hear what other Issei just said. Issei, is there something wrong with the screen? Vala, this is quite interesting. Skeeth, well, there's nothing wrong with it, it wasn't the time yet for you guys to know what it is, let it just say that it was a special technique other Vala can use, you guys would know what it was in the future. Arthur, shame we can't know about it now, guess it might be something similar like Excalibur ruler ability for him to use to subdue Fenrir and both of his sons. Biko, dude. Don't you forget that all Excalibur pieces were actually dupes. Making Arthur widen his eyes before slapping his forehead for his forgetfulness. Kuroka, Biko is right, Naya, when thinking about it, even after being weakened by Valley back then, it was a miracle that those dupes somehow managed to widen her eyes after somehow managed to guess what actually happened. While the rest of Vala team managed to connect the dots before slowly turning towards Fenrir. Fenrir let out a snort, bark, woof woof, special translation, finally, to think that they took such a long time to realize it, meh whatever. Le Fay, if our suspicion is right, the next viewing maybe will confirm it. Valley, she's right, for now we can only wait. My gut feeling telling that the next viewing will make us understand what actually happened. Valley, yep, I did. Imagine my surprise when they asked me to let them do all of that towards Loki in exchange for following us. Not like I'm gonna hold them from doing that. Get a feeling that they would try to do it anyway. Issei, well, seems like those three really hold a grudge towards Loki, especially Fenrir. Valley, well, Fenrir got a valid enough reason to kill Loki, and I don't blame him after he told me his reasons. With both of them looking up, seeing Fenrir and both of his sons came towards them, signaling they're done dismantling Loki, where their fur was red in color and covered in guts from being splashed with Loki's blood and guts when they tear Loki to pieces. With both Issei and Vala look at their work and see a sight that could be described from a horror movie, where Loki was torn to pieces to the point of being unrecognizable, where his body parts were all over the place. Shigyon, oh come on, proceeds to throw up again. Asia covered her eyes, feeling horrified, so much blood. With many can't help but feel disturbed seeing the fate of Loki, and start throwing up in their own bucket. Vala, blinking his eyes, damn. You guys sure don't hold back, huh? How much you guys hate him. Fenrir, bark, woof, woof, special translation, enough to bring him back to life and kill him again many times over. With both Skoll and Hattie bark in agreement with their father. With those who see the word translating what other Fenrir just said, make them turn towards Fenrir, where he gives a nod confirming what his other self just said. Odin, we won't ask if you don't want to tell us why, Fenrir. It's up to your decision to tell us or not. With Fenrir brought out a cardboard, upholding it where there were words written on it. I'm too lazy to explain, If my guess is right, my other self will probably reveal it in the next viewing. Shame I didn't manage to kill that bastard himself. He should be grateful he was imprisoned. While Fenrir gives a toothy grin showing his eagerness to kill Loki himself. Balder, guess we should make sure to make Loki stay away from Fenrir. Thor, yeah, Fenrir would totally ignore anything and go straight to kill if Loki was in the vicinity. Vidar, yep, if his bloodlust was any indication. Issei, come on, before we leave, let's clean all of you. Vali, yep, you guys need it. With both of them use a cleaning spell cleaning the three wolves, making them sparklingly clean, and they bark happily before licking Issei and Vali cheeks as a sign of affection. Mickey, if they don't show what actually happened back then, they could pass as very innocent wolves. While Selwyn, Oda, Yusuji and Takeda also decided to lick Issei's cheeks to show their affection to him. Issei, ha, come on guys, that tickles. While others chuckle seeing that. Vali rubbed their furs before wearing an expression of disbelief. Damn, don't tell me the guy didn't ever groom you guys. Look how dry you guys' own furs are. Issei, it's decided, after we're done, we'll give you three the long-awaited bath you guys deserve. With both Skoll and Hattie bark happily hearing that, while Fenrir tries to keep it cool, but his wagging tail shows otherwise. While red-faced Fenrir gives everyone a glare daring them not to laugh but fails when everyone laughs seeing his grumbling face that makes him look more adorable, making him go sulking in the corner depressed. Fenrir, bark. Woof, special translation, oh nearly forgot, leave no evidences. With Fenrir turn around and let out a loud howl releasing a blast of energy erasing Loki's remains to the point of leaving nothing behind. With both Issei and Vali giving thumbs up for Fenrir's good decisions making him smirk feeling proud, it doesn't help that both Skoll and Hattie admiring look towards Fenrir also helps stroke his ego making Fenrir's smirk wider. Fenrir, shame, what a wasted opportunity. I didn't even manage to know the feeling of being a father feels like, let out dejected sigh. While Skeeth is giving a smirk planning something. While Drake and Albion talk with each other. Drake, oh boy, I can feel it, Fenrir and his son's gonna take after both Issei and Vali for sure. Albion, same with me Drake, I pity any poor fool that would try to mess with them. Back to present. With Issei use instant transmission bringing everyone out from the area to regroup with the others who left earlier. While on the screen show Loki owned count final count is at. Loki owned count, 666. Narrator, damn, out of all numbers, the owned count shows that number hop. A fitting end for sure. Corbenik, welp, I'm famished, let's go guys, my treat. Narrator, whoa yeah baby, free food. Screen close. While the others sweat drops hearing the narrator excitement about free food. Sirzech still, to think Loki owned count stopped at that number huh. Azazel, I don't want to say anything, lest I jinx us. Michael, good decision on your part Azazel. Skeeth, well that's it for today, the next viewing will show the aftermath of Loki's death. Odin, man, other me would be crying having to deal with paperwork from Loki's death for sure. While Thor, Balder and Vidar give their father a look of pity, knowing that doing paperwork is hell. Issei, getting and bumping his fists together, alright. Who's up for a spar? Vali, grin, heh, like you don't know us. Genshiru, alright. Let's do this Hayada. Serorg, instead of a normal spar, how about a battle royal? Razor, wise words were never spoken Serorg. Delio, well, shall we everyone? With everyone else heading towards the arena room preparing for a battle royale while those who didn't participate are watching in the stands. While Skeeth, who is shaking his head amused, uses instant transmission leaving the room heading to who knows. Scene change Zelrich observation room / hideout. Scene showing battered Zelrich who are traumatized from being tortured by his unknown assailants in armor for who knows how long it was. Zelrich, who? Are all of you? Why did all of you do this to me? We doesn't have any enmity with each other, why? While the rest of Shiro faces that heard Zelrich words twitch a bit before Shiro uses Blue Rose, muzzle giving a slap to Zelrich face shutting him up. Shiro, humph, you don't deserve to know you damn troll. While at this moment everyone heard a sound of stomach grumbling and saw that it was coming from Zelrich's stomach, making some of them let out an evil grin. Shiro, Summer Avenger Alter O? Seems like this Aji-san is hungry. Any Aji-san? While Zelrich desperately shaking his head signaling that it wasn't the case. Shiro, Space Rider Alter what? You're hungry. Oh, it would be bad to leave you starving. Shiro, Alter Ego Halloween, don't worry. There's these 2 recipes from ancient scriptures we learned for you to try. Shiro, Summer Santa Saber, I'll guarantee that it will be delicious. With some of the Shiro faces make a way, showing 2 of the Shiro faces come out bringing 2 bowls of food. Shiro, Halloween Saber, let us present it to you. It is called Uji Jintoki Dan and Hijikata Special. While Zelrich starts feeling nauseous seeing the abomination called food and starts struggling to escape but to no avail. Shiro took a spoonful from Uji Jintoki Dan, showing it to Zelrich. Do you know, Uji Jintoki Dan is a historic dish created by the legendary sandwich shogun. Just look at it, how beautiful it is. Any Aji-san? Zelrich, sandwich shogun. Shouldn't he have invented sandwiches instead? That was rice. Shiro, ignoring Zelrich before he took another spoonful from Hijikata Special, showing it in front of Zelrich's face. And for Hijikata Special, it was created by General Barbarossa, who grew tired of eating rice and mayonnaise separately. Thus he created this magnificent dish to eat both at the same time. Does it make you hungry just by watching it? Any Aji-san? Zelrich, who the heck is General Barbarossa? And there's nothing magnificent about that dish, and I'm not hungry. At this moment Zelrich's stomach decided to betray him by letting out another grumbling sound, making him give a horrified look knowing he's doomed. Shiro, oh man, seems like you're totally hungry, was it? Any Aji-san? Now say aha. Brought each spoon of both food towards Zelrich's mouth. While some of the Shiro faces hold Zelrich's head in place while 2 of them force open Zelrich before Shiro proceeds to feed Zelrich with 2 of the food, making him struggle but to no avail. Sounds of Zelrich being force-feed. Shiro, oh don't worry, there's a lot of them left if you like the taste. Everyone else is eager to feed you, so you won't be hungry. Any Aji-san? With Shiro gesture towards the other Shiro faces where each of them hold a bowl of Uji Jintoki Dan or Hijikata Special in their hands, making Zelrich wear an expression of pure terror before each of them drawing towards him before everything turns dark, where only the sounds of Zelrich being force-feed can be heard. Scene change, unknown location. Scene showing Skeeth, who was laughing his ass off seeing Zelrich being force-fed with Uji Jintoki Dan and Hijikata Special from a portal before closing the portal and turning towards the readers. Skeeth, phew, finally managed to finish this chapter in time. Nothing much to say, just hope everyone is entertained and I hope that everyone will have a good day. Now I'm gonna play Wuthering Waves, seeing that today was the start of version of 1.3. Gonna get those sweet astrides for Shorekeeper. See ya later in the next viewing everyone. Ciao. With Skeeth proceeds to jump into a portal after throwing some pictures for readers to enjoy.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.